there's a turnover so that there is a seamless transition for the American people at all levels of government. And there's a lot of bad feeling in the country right now, a lot of feelings of vindication and retribution on the right, of anger and disappointment on the left. But we should sit here and remember that once the election is over, this is the moment that makes us an American democracy.
And when you go back to just the inaugurals that people here at CNN have covered, you remember Jimmy Carter hosting the Reagans in 1981 after a bitterly fought election, and you remember all of the tough election fights, even if somebody didn't run against directly. For instance, George W. Bush didn't run directly against Bill Clinton, but his election was in many ways a repudiation of Bill Clinton, and his campaign was. Still, this tradition that you speak of, Abby, endures as an important one to show the American people that at the end of the day, we all are American people. We are more than just rival political parties or systems of belief. We are together Americans. This was something that was denied the American people 4 years ago. It is good to see it again today.
Denied the American people and denied President Biden and the First Lady and their administration. And as much as this is a moment to behold, to celebrate as part of the tradition of America, it can't be forgotten what happened 4 years ago. We won't dwell on it, but we have to remember it because it is part of history.
And it can't happen again. I think that's one of the important parts of the reminder of what we're watching now with these important traditions, celebrating and representing the peaceful transfer of power. This was not the result that Joe Biden wanted. This was not the result that Kamala Harris wanted. And yet they are respecting the will of the American people, which is that Donald Trump, legally, lawfully, and with no credible evidence of anything untoward, was elected overwhelmingly by the American people.
And say what you will about Joe Biden's policies, his decisions while in office. This is a man who spent 50 years in public life. We're looking at pictures here of Mark Zuckerberg, Tim Cook, Jeff Bezos sitting next to each other, it looks like, by the image, inside of St. John's Church, as this church ceremony is ongoing there. It's not open to the press, but we're seeing a few images trickling out.
And Abby, this is what, in his final speech, Joe Biden referred to as the tech industrial complex.
Yeah. I mean, I was saying earlier about just these guys here.
Because I don't know that everybody, so we should just note. So Mark Zuckerberg, the CEO and founder of Facebook or Meta. Tim Cook, you only see the top of his head there. He's the head of Apple. Jeff Bezos on the right there, the bald guy looking to his side. He is the CEO of Amazon. Amazon, which we should note, has a multi-million-dollar documentary deal with $40 million with First Lady, incoming First Lady Melania Trump, who is coming out of the church right now, St. John's Church, with President-elect Trump. They are going to go back to Blair House, we're told, and then after that there will be a procession to the White House where the Trumps will greet, or the Bidens rather, will greet the Trumps and welcome them back to the White House.
This era for the country, the next 4 years, is going to be pivotal. Those gentlemen are in the church, and several other tech leaders are in Washington because as a globe, we're dealing with the development of artificial intelligence. And that man right there on the screen, the incoming president of the United States, is going to be one of the most pivotal players in determining how that develops. This is going to be potentially transformational for the globe, for the economy. And Donald Trump understands that he has that power. He has welcomed them in. But they're not all holding hands necessarily, okay? They are in competition with one another. They are trying to obtain government contracts. And as President Biden warned, it is important for the private sector to have a role, but there is concern about unfettered power of people who have profit motives that are different from the needs and the best interests of the American people.
And that is really the key, the about face of pretty much all of those tech leaders, those tech giants, among the wealthiest and most powerful people in the world, being not just in that church, being at all of these events, hosting events, giving a lot of money for this inauguration, changing, in the case of Mark Zuckerberg in particular, entirely the way that he and his platform, which is incredibly influential, are approaching things like freedom of speech, things like fact checking, in a way that is going to please, intended to please Donald Trump. And that's the entire reason that he is doing it. He's trying to keep up with the times, and these are Trump times. It's also about self-preservation and making sure that he is not the target. And a lot of these guys are not the target of Donald Trump, as Trump has warned.
So let's go to Pamela Brown, who was outside St. John's Church and also was able to hear some of what took place inside. Pamela?
Yeah, so Jake, actually just from me is a suburban where incoming President Trump and incoming First Lady Melania Trump are sitting. They just left this service here at St. John's, and I was able to shout to Donald Trump and asked him how he was feeling today, and he said very good as he opened the door to allow his wife Melania Trump to go inside the suburban. So he didn't answer other questions. We did ask about what he thought about the pardons from President Biden today. Of course, as you know, he is going to the White House to have tea and coffee with President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. So that should be interesting in the wake of those preemptive pardons. But there's lots of family members inside from the Trump family, Ivanka, Eric Trump, Don Jr., and we know Elon Musk inside as well, Dana White inside, and as Caitlin reported, Mark Zuckerberg, Tim Cook, some of these tech executives who we have seen try to curry favor with Donald Trump this time around. This is certainly a different inauguration for Donald Trump than it was 8 years ago. I asked him about that, how it felt different. He didn't answer that question, but he did say he is feeling very good today. Jake?
Yeah, if I could just, before I throw it to Anderson, just bring back that photograph of the tech bros inside St. John's Church. It's just one other thing I want to show. So we see Mark Zuckerberg on the left there with the curly hair, CEO of Meta. Tim Cook, his face is blocked, but he has the white hair, CEO of Apple. Jeff Bezos on the right there, the bald gentleman looking to his right, CEO of Amazon. The gentleman behind Mark Zuckerberg is Sundar Pichai. He's the CEO of Google. And Anderson, between those four people, plus Elon Musk from Twitter or X, those five people that I just mentioned, the four in the photograph and also Elon Musk, control so much of the information that we receive. So much is in their hands when it comes to ascertaining, monitoring, or refusing to monitor what is real, what is not real. And we're about to enter an era of deep fakes and all sorts of misinformation, and the degree to which those five gentlemen play a role or do not play a role will be pivotal in terms of where the American people are 4 years from now in terms of understanding what is true and what is false.
You're also you said we, you're not just talking about we, the United States. You're talking about the world. All human beings on the planet. They control access to information. They're the gatekeepers in many ways to information for the entire planet. Van, you had some thoughts seeing that picture of all of them.
Yeah, look, I mean, that picture is going to be historic. I call it the revenge of the nerds. Don't forget, all four of those gentlemen 4 years ago were supporting the Democratic Party. An untold story here is how did the Democrats go from 4 years ago having the White House, the Senate, the House, and Silicon Valley, to now all four are in the hands of Donald Trump. This is not the brilliance of Donald Trump alone, the amazing political genius of Donald Trump alone. The Biden administration pushed out the tech sector by having a view that all crypto is a scam and all big business is bad. And what happened is those folks went begging to Donald Trump. Not Donald Trump, to the Biden administration, would you please, for crypto, just give us rules, regulations, clarity, we'll do a good job. The Biden administration never gave them clear rules, but instead would do a regulation by enforcement. It drove, sued them, drove them nuts. Elon Musk was an Andrew Yang Democrat. But when Joe Biden did his EB summit, he left Elon out. There were so many unforced errors on the part of the Biden administration, who I love, Joe Biden, who I love. But I'm a California Democrat. I'm an Innovation First Democrat. Those four are all our folks who got pushed out of our party because we didn't have an Innovation First approach from the Biden White House. And we're now paying the price. It's not just that we lost the White House, the Senate. We lost Silicon Valley in the past 4 years, and you got nobody to blame at the end of the day but us.
There's a point well taken. There's another element, though, to this, which is Donald Trump has made very clear that he is willing to use the regulatory power, the power of the Justice Department, all levers of power to reward allies and friends, punish enemies, and that has brought a lot of the business community to heel.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you 100%.
And one of the hindrances that Democrats have is that they believe in rules and laws and norms and institutions.
Yeah.
Trump does not, and,
look,
that is an advantage in this kind of real politics.
I give you, but it's two things can be true at the same time. On the one hand,
I just want to point out this is the President-elect's motorcade on the move from St. John's Church going to Blair House.
On the one hand, any business would be happy to have no taxes and no regulation. That's just built into the thing. So, and Republicans tend to benefit from that. But the other thing that's true is Democrats used to Bill Clinton took care of Silicon Valley. You would expect Kamala Harris, being a Democrat, she would have taken care of Silicon Valley. We didn't do it, so we're paying the price in a way that I think is going to be.
Isn't there a halfway?
In that room, by the way, in St. John's Church, those pews represent the most powerful room on the planet because you have all the titans of the tech sector and the incoming president of the United States. And Democrats, as they're kind of flailing, determining who their next leader is, but also who's their boogeyman. Is it just Trump? Biden kind of, teased this by talking about the corporate oligarchy and the, tech industrial complex, which he's identifying something smart, but it goes back to the point. Who in union halls is talking about the corporate oligarchy or the tech industrial sector? It underscores what Democrats missed in this election so much, which is you're not talking like normal people. You're not talking the way that Donald Trump is able to actually, for whatever reason, communicate to people better.
We just saw the motorcade arriving back at Blair House. Let's check in with MJ Lee at the White House. MJ?
Yeah, Anderson, this is the very, very final last moments at the White House, of course, for President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. If you look on your screen there, they posted what I think might be their last selfie here at the White House. Jill Biden posting this with just the caption, "One final photo." Watching these images and thinking about just everything we have heard from our sources in our reporting in recent days, you cannot help but think about just the road not taken for President Biden. And that road, of course, is President Biden not running for a second term and Kamala Harris, or perhaps a different Democrat, getting the full runway to run a full, robust campaign. And obviously, as Democrats had hoped, Donald Trump not getting that second term back into office and President Biden being celebrated in a different way for all of his accomplishments. And when you talk to even the president's allies, some of the former aides and those who really fully supported him during his first term, there is a lot of anger for the promises that President Biden reneged on. That, of course, starts with the decision to run for a second term, even though he had initially promised he would be a transition and a bridge candidate. And then the decision recently to pardon his son, Hunter, after repeatedly having said that he wouldn't do so because he believes in the integrity of the judicial system. And then, of course, followed by what we saw this morning, these preemptive pardons of people that President Biden believed would be persecuted by the incoming president. That potential erosion in trust in the judicial system that could be sparked by President Biden's decisions. President Biden, who has called himself his entire career as an institutionalist, somebody who strongly defends the judicial system. I think the irony of that potential is very hard for some of his very own supporters to accept, and clearly is a reality of how much, in big ways, his last final days and moments in office and in his presidency, how they have really been tarnished at the end, Anderson.
MJ, thanks very much. You're seeing the Vice President Kamala Harris, First Gentleman Doug Emhoff. They are going to be receiving Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife. We've seen the Trumps returning to Blair House. They will soon be received by President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. The relationship, obviously this is a fascinating moment. The relationship between President Biden and President-elect Trump, it is just going to be fascinating to see those two.
That was strained here. There is no relationship. The vice president did not invite the vice president-elect to the Naval Observatory, as tradition held. And so I think this will perhaps be their, kind of a tense first meeting. Yeah.
They're posing for a photo. Sorry, David, you were saying?
I was just going to say, and you remember J.D. Vance during the Tim Walz during the presidential debate. Everyone was kind of expecting to see, this kind of pugilistic vice presidential nominee, and J.D. Vance comes out, and butter couldn't melt in the guy's mouth. He was so kind and genteel and nice and a different kind of guy. And I'm sure that's the vice president-elect who's walking in there, not someone who's holding a grudge, but someone who's
not the guy who asked.
Is it just me, or does that feel like 1,000 years ago? that debate.
We're all much younger.
That was a few weeks ago. But Anderson, we've been through a lot of Bronco chases and slow car rides through Manhattan. It's a long race.
What's so amazing is how young J.D. Vance is. We don't talk.
Our millennial VP.
We act like it's normal for a 40-year-old.
But think of the guy. Think of the arc of J.D. Vance's life.
Yeah.
Think of
So
the arc
first
of the
images,
guy's
by the way,
life.
we're seeing inside the Capitol Rotunda, where the inauguration is actually going to, of course, take place.
Quite a different scene than 4 years ago.
But I'm just back for a second. Let's think about J.D. Vance, a guy who was, left his mom, who was had substance abuse issues, raised by his grandmother, graduated from high school, didn't have a future, enlisted in the Marine Corps, grew up in a kind of a dead end town in America.
This is the Lincoln Combined Choir inside the Rotunda.
Yeah, regardless of anyone's political views on J.D. Vance, it's a true
incredible.
American success
an incredible
story.
arc. And you see his mom spoke the other night, and it's got to be an incredible story in America. But you should celebrate that.
And there are two success stories there. The other one is Kamala Harris, and I just want to give her due because she also came from humble beginnings, humble background, fought to be the first woman of color DA, Attorney General, Senator, Vice President, and when the baton was dropped, she picked it up. Yeah. And a lot of people stood with her and believed in her, and she has shown, at least today, the grace to stand there. Don't remember, she's the person that had to say officially, Donald Trump is now president of the United States. She played that role.
No, I'm sorry. Finish, please.
No, I'm sorry.
One of the things that when you mentioned J.D. Vance and how young he is, we have a one-term president here. Donald Trump can't run again. And so the question is, does Vance become the inheritor of a movement that is vibrant, that he can carry forward? He has more at stake in what happens in the next 4 years than Trump himself.
And it'll be a very interesting dynamic to watch unfold because Donald Trump really has 2 years to enact his agenda until the midterms, where we would expect Democrats may win back the House. And at that point, J.D. Vance is going to start thinking about his political future. And something Donald Trump doesn't love is when his VP may be seeming as campaigning or thinking about the next thing. So that's going to be interesting.
Just listen in. Guys, I'm not hearing any. That was the University of Nebraska-Lincoln combined choir. David Axelrod, in terms of immigration, we're hearing more about what some of the actions may be taken today.
Yeah, including ending birthright citizenship, which flows from the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, this idea that if you're born in this country, you're a citizen of this country. And a lot of this is going to be contested. So you're going to see a package of proposals using the military at the border and so on, that there are going to be legal questions raised. That one in particular is going to be tested.
Some of this is for, sort of the sweeping nature of it. Some of it is for just to say that they tried to.
This is shock and awe. This is the shock and awe. I mean, I think they want to be as audacious as they can be. Now, again, this is a proposal that 2-1 the American people don't support. So this is chum for the base.
But I think it also a lot of these EOs will stir, discussion, just like Trump's, proposal on Greenland or Panama, these things that they're meant to, people are talking about it all over the world. So the birthright citizenship, is it right if you come to this country illegally and you have a kid here? I understand that what the law says, but a lot of across America, people think that's not right.
But then some of this also we should remember is deeply popular. Declaring a national emergency on the border, that's going to free up potentially Pentagon funds or emergency funds to address. Yeah. And obviously, calling cartels transnational criminal organizations opens up some ways that we can respond.
Yes.
But to the point of any Trump presidency, there's always things that are very much in line with what the people asked him to do, and then things that become a woeful distraction and can often bog him down and take him away from executing what they wanted him to do.
Second with Caitlin Collins. Caitlin?
Well, Anderson, just to give you a sense of what we're looking at, given this is such a rare thing that we almost rarely see in our nation's history, which is an indoor inauguration. And what you're looking at right now is something that was put together just in the matter of days. This is the rotunda of the Capitol, of course, the main centerpiece of the Capitol. When you remember and look at the iconic images of the Washington skyline, in this rotunda is where, heads of former presidents have lain in state, where dignitaries have as well. It's a very solemn but grand space that they are going to be holding this inauguration. And you can see the stage there and the few chairs around where President-elect Trump will take the oath of office and be sworn in. He'll be sworn in by the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, John Roberts. J.D. Vance will be sworn in by Justice Brett Kavanaugh, obviously two figures that have played critical roles in Trump's presidency and what it looks like from the first time around to 8 years later. And in those seats, it's about 750 chairs, based on what I heard from someone I talked to this morning as we were coming in and looking at what this is going to look like. It's going to be filled with Supreme Court justices, senior congressional leadership, members of Trump's cabinet, he hopes, if they get confirmed by those lawmakers on Capitol Hill, and some of the biggest VIPs that are going to be showing up at this inauguration here. Of course, we're looking at a lot of Trump's family that is in town with him. Also, his former vice president, Mike Pence, is going to be in that rotunda. And that'll be one of the most fascinating moments in a day filled with them, which is what it looks like to see Mike Pence and Donald Trump in that rotunda together for the first time. Of course, the famous place where Pence was 4 years ago on one of the darkest days that rotunda has seen, as it was filled with Trump supporters who had attacked the Capitol and broke inside. That all seems like so far away, thinking that it's 4 years ago. But of course, the memories will still echo throughout that during that ceremony today. And so Trump's children will be seated in there. You saw Laura Trump walking in, who co-chaired the Republican committee during this convention. But looking at that rotunda on January 6th, remember we heard from Andy Kim. He was brand new on Capitol Hill when January 6th happened. He said he didn't know what to do that day. He was kind of at a loss for words. And he said at the Democratic convention, he got a trash bag and just started picking up trash in the halls of Congress because of what had happened to it on that day. Obviously, the scene is very different with their Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, Tiffany Trump and her husband as well, all entering the rotunda for this moment. We're here in Emancipation Hall, which is not far from where you see everyone walking into the doors right now. And there's a slew of Trump aides that I see entering the doors behind them. Emancipation Hall also is filled with a lot of notable figures. New York City Mayor Eric Adams is here. His comms director said on Twitter that he was just invited a few hours ago, earlier this morning. and obviously met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago not too long ago, and word that he is hoping for a pardon for his own legal troubles. There's Donald Trump Jr. entering the building with his Secret Service as well. Also, it says something about who else is invited here. I've seen Logan and Jake Paul and also Conor McGregor here. All of these figures that are often with Trump at events that he's held during the campaign, or certainly some of his biggest allies in MAGA media as they've tried to use alternative forms of media in this campaign, Anderson. Obviously, just seeing who is in the room for this, especially when they had to narrow it down because it's happening indoors, does speak to who has had the most influence and could have the most influence on this second Trump term. And of course, there's Marine One sitting outside the west front or the east front of the Capitol. That is what will take President Biden to Joint Base Andrews after this is over. And then he is going on to a vacation in California and will no longer be on a plane designated as Air Force One, Anderson.
You know, Caitlin, what's fascinating is there was a lot of discussion of, who would be seated inside the rotunda given the limited seating. It's no longer outdoors. When you think about who was seated inside St. John's Church, which is obviously even a smaller room, the fact that Jeff Bezos, Tim Cook, all the tech titans were in that room, including Joe Rogan as well, it really gives you, I mean, that wasn't by accident. That wasn't because they are so close to Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the president-elect, is sending a message by having them in that inner sanctum, if you will. Clearly, they will be in the rotunda as well.
Yeah, I've asked Trump allies, how does he feel about these big tech executives now coming down to Mar-a-Lago, singing his praises? You know, Mark Zuckerberg, heavily critical of the Biden administration during a podcast with Joe Rogan, who was also inside that church today, just bringing everything full circle. And, I've asked, do they believe that their support and their 180 that they've done on Trump for many of them is genuine? It has kind of split the MAGA universe in a fascinating way, and it will be something to watch that I'll certainly be watching as Trump takes office. Steve Bannon, obviously a powerful voice in the MAGA world, a senior advisor to Trump the last time he was in the White House, has been heavily critical of Mark Zuckerberg and has said that he doesn't believe his support of Trump is genuine, that it's just very clearly beneficial to him. That'll be interesting to see how Trump handles that and how he wields that, because I think what a lot of them have watched and are trying to emulate is the ultimate person who has curried the most favor with Trump, and that is Elon Musk, the only person he brought on stage with him yesterday at that rally. He did not bring on the Vice President-elect J.D. Vance or anyone else. Only Elon Musk came up there to speak, albeit briefly, during those remarks. It speaks to the people who have a lot of influence on Trump in this moment, and also those tech executives worried that Elon Musk has a lot more than they do in this moment.
Yeah, I think all of them saw Elon Musk's rise within the inner circle of Donald Trump, and obviously have now reached out as well, as you said,
and Anderson,
Mar-a-Lago, and are now in the inner sanctum. Yes.
One other thing to just say is just as we look at the historical notes here, it's been decades since a president was sworn in inside. The last one to do so, of course, was Ronald Reagan, given the weather the day that he was scheduled to be inaugurated. Inside that rotunda, lining it, are statues of former presidents, Ulysses S. Grant and others. Ronald Reagan is in that room where Trump will be sworn in, just like he was.
Let's go to let's check in with Jeff Zeleny, who's outside the Capitol. Jeff?
Anderson, we are on the east front of the Capitol, and we are watching as family members, as Caitlin was saying, just arrived a few moments ago. We saw Jared Kushner and Ivanka Trump, of course, and their children. And this is one more example of really the notable difference between the second Trump term and the first. They will not have West Wing offices. They are here as family members, not senior advisors. However, as Caitlin was just talking about, the Elon Musk office on the White House complex, that is who is surrounding the soon-to-be president. But as we look behind here, there are more arrivals coming. And we are on the east front of the Capitol. And until Ronald Reagan's inaugural in 1980, his first one, all inaugurations were on the east front of the Capitol. The sun is shining down this way. We're looking out toward the Supreme Court and the Library of Congress. But it was changed to the west front of the Capitol about 4 decades or so ago. Well, today, of course, we'll be inside, but we are watching the arrivals now. The former presidents will be arriving soon, but Vice President Mike Pence, former Vice President President Mike Pence, arrived just a few minutes ago, a short time ago. And think of the difference of 4 years. 4 years ago, it is these windows directly behind me here that were breached on the morning of the January 6th. And we are seeing now former President George W. Bush and Laura Bush arriving here at the Law Library door, just on the east front here. Of course, this is, he now is the second in the line of former presidents, if you will, and an extraordinary piece of history. George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, and Donald Trump, all born in the same year, 3 months apart in consecutive months, in June, in July, and in August of that year. So George W. Bush here, of course, arriving. He's the last Republican president to win the popular vote in his re-election bid. We also, of course, know and remember well what he thought about the first inaugural address, the American Carnage address. He told several people sitting around him that was some weird the S word. That was some weird stuff, we will say. So we will see what his reaction is to the speech this year. But he is one of the presidents who will be here. Bill Clinton also will be here with Hillary Clinton, and former President Barack Obama will also be here. Michelle Obama, notably, has decided not to come to this inaugural, as she did not also attend the funeral of Jimmy Carter, Anderson.
And, Jeff, we expect President-elect Donald Trump and the future First Lady, Melania Trump, will be leaving Blair House momentarily in order to go to the White House and have some time with the Bidens, and then ride in the same vehicle. President-elect Trump and President Biden both riding in the same vehicle. Let's talk about the relationship of these two. I mean, this is not something that then President Trump afforded President Biden the courtesy of this polite transition, this tea at the White House, the ride together. It was obviously a very different time 4 years ago.
Not only did he not afford him that, but he did not afford him the courtesy of a concession or an acknowledgement that he had won. And then he left town, and left Biden to be sworn in outside a scarred Capitol that was fenced in because of the events of January 6th. So, it is hard to forget that history. And if you're Joe Biden in particular, and the end of this saga for Biden has been an unhappy one as well. So there's a lot of emotion swirling around here. It's really hard to imagine what these guys say to each other at this juncture.
If you were trying to forget it, President-elect Trump just yesterday at his rally said that he won.
That was Trump's motorcade heading to the White House.
He said he won the 2020 election just yesterday at his rally, and that it was stolen from him. So it's going to be impossible to forget. But again, that is one of the norm busting. I just want to mention something else, Anderson, because it just jumped out at me again. Donald Trump does this because he just won an election, and he does this. He did this as a candidate, and he just won an election, so there's nothing to stop him. But I think it was Caitlin who just said among those at the service was Conor McGregor. Just 2 months ago, a jury in Ireland awarded a woman $250,000 because she said he raped her, and the jury agreed, and he's standing there with the President-elect of the United States of America.
Let's go back to Jake.
Thanks so much, Anderson. So we see right now the outgoing first couple, outgoing President Joe Biden and outgoing First Lady Jill Biden, standing at the portico of the White House waiting for the incoming President-elect Donald Trump and the incoming First Lady Melania Trump to arrive. It is one of these great American traditions, the peaceful transfer of power and the hospitality of bitter political rivals coming together because we are all Americans. It is a sight to see. It is a sight that we, as an American people, were denied 4 years ago. But it is good to have it back, and hopefully it will continue in perpetuity. Here is Donald J. Trump, the incoming 47th President of the United States. Let's take a look and see if we can hear it. There they go inside the White House, the 46th President of the United States and the 47th President of the United States with their respective First Ladies. It is, as always, nice to see the peaceful transfer of power, even between bitter political rivals. And President Biden and President-elect Trump have certainly had some rather unkind things to say about the other. But on days like today, we put that aside and we celebrate the fact that we're Americans and we have this democracy.
Jake, Joe Biden ran for president to rid the country of Donald Trump and Trumpism. He was successful. And then 4 years later, he lost that. He lost that bid, and it was completely overturned, turned around, and this is a moment that Joe Biden warned about democracy, warned about what would happen to the country if and when this moment happened, and here it is.
Yeah, and it's such an important point of the moment that we're in, where President Biden said Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. And there are a lot of his supporters who were not very thrilled that he welcomed President Trump to the White House a few weeks after he won the election. I'm just listening in just to see if we can hear any questions there. But this was from a few moments ago. But he welcomed Trump into the White House. Despite all of that, he has had meetings with him. He has largely refrained from criticizing Donald Trump. They worked hand in hand on a major hostage deal and ceasefire in the Middle East. And there are a lot of people who are upset about that. But Joe Biden is, in many ways, not perfectly, but in many ways, an institutionalist. And he, according to our MJ Lee, never even considered not extending the hand to Donald Trump that he should have been extended 4 years ago. And as I watch them walking into the White House, I mean, you can't forget that it's not that often that a former president gets to walk back into a house that he's going to live in after having been moved out 4 years earlier.
Only the second time.
It's only the second time. And Donald Trump is walking back in there. He probably still recognizes and knows a lot of the staff that are there. It looks different because each president gets to make it look the way they want it to look. But that in itself is just a very unusual moment for this country. And it must be weird if you're Donald Trump and if you're Joe Biden.
Just one note on what you said, Abby. The fact that presidents like Joe Biden and Barack Obama have been friendly and collegial to Donald Trump, whether at the Jimmy Carter funeral or today or after the election when President Biden welcomed incoming President Trump, that has not only upset Democrats, it has been used by Trump supporters as evidence that Biden and Obama never really meant the things that they said about Donald Trump. And the truth of the matter is, I think Biden and Obama meant completely, sincerely, the things that they said about Donald Trump. I'm not saying I agree with it or disagree with it, but I think they completely meant it. I think that they also, in addition, believe in these institutions of the peaceful transfer of power. Dana?
I just want to mention one thing, because we can see a bird's eye view of the flags. And at the Capitol, where we had seen, there you go, there's the outside of the Capitol. The flag is all the way up, and that is because House Speaker Mike Johnson ordered it so. Why does that matter? Because we are still in an official 30-day mourning period of the late President Jimmy Carter, and the flags are supposed to be at half-staff for 30 days, including right now. But what are we looking at, Jake and Abby? We're looking at several flags all the way up outside of the White House, even though the one on top of the White House is halfway down. And the Washington Monument as well. Now, again, why is this even worth a mention? It's because this is something that was incredibly important to Donald Trump. He was on a little bit of a rant about the fact that he wanted those flags to be all the way up for his inauguration. The fact that the one that we're looking at right now on top of the White House is not, but all of these others around Washington are all the way up, is interesting.
I suspect that within a couple hours, the one on top of the White House
Yes.
will be at full staff.
Like 2 hours.
A number of Republican governors have addressed this by saying, for instance, I think Glenn Youngkin in Virginia and Greg Abbott in Texas, they are raising the flags today in honor of Inauguration Day, in honor of Donald Trump. And then tomorrow, the flags will come back to half-staff for the memorial period. I completely understand why Donald Trump wants it up for his inaugural. That makes sense.
Now it's happened.
Of all the things, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I mean, Donald Trump is a man who has a lot of peculiarities about optics, and this is one of them. But there's going to be a lot happening today that's incredibly consequential, and I think that we should remain vigilant about that.
I think the celebration of America is beyond Donald Trump, and I think it makes perfect sense to me, the compromise that the Republican governors are making. Caitlin Collins has some news now. We are all awaiting specifics. They always say that you campaign in poetry, and I think maybe it was David Axelrod who came up with you campaign in poetry and govern in prose. Maybe not. Maybe it precedes him. I'm not sure. But in any case, we are waiting for the prose. We're waiting for the details about what Donald Trump is exactly going to do. Caitlin Collins, you're learning more.
And Trump will be governing by executive order certainly today, Jake. We know he's going to be signing a lot of executive orders. They're going to be coming fast and furious after he takes the oath of office. We're learning more about just where he's going on this. Some of them will focus on his biggest priorities, like immigration, 10 of them to be exact, I'm told. But also some of them will focus on things he said in recent weeks, which is, remember that press conference he had at Mar-a-Lago where he talked about renaming the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America? That is going to be an executive action that he plans to sign today, I am told. That will be one effort. But also, Jake, another one he's going to do is not rescinding stuff just that Biden has done. He's also going to try to change things that President Barack Obama did, including naming the highest peak in North America, which that Obama named Denali. He will be reverting the name back to Mount McKinley. That is not just because he wants to undo something that President Obama did. President Trump has a fondness for President McKinley, who the mountain was named after he was assassinated. He wants to mirror a lot of his tariff policies potentially as soon as he takes office. We're still waiting to see what it looks like in terms of tariffs that Trump enacts, and something that he has said he would use as a tool when negotiating with other nations. But those are two steps that he will be taking today, renaming the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and also renaming Denali to reverting the name back to Mount McKinley. As you can see here, John Boehner and Newt Gingrich and Kevin McCarthy, three former House speakers, lining up to enter the rotunda for Trump's inauguration.
Another reminder, Caitlin Collins, that this is a celebration of America for Americans. In addition, I should note, Dana Bash, I'm told that there are a number of Democratic governors that have also ordered flags to full staff today. Kathy Hochul out of New York, and the governors of Washington State, Colorado, and Gavin Newsom, California, as well. Because, again, this is not about Trump or Biden. This is about the American people.
Can I just say about what Caitlin just reported on the EO on the Gulf of Mexico? This is not really something that Trump can accomplish just by an executive order. The Gulf of Mexico has been named that way for literally hundreds of years, even before the United States was a country, actually, and it's internationally recognized. There are going to be some other steps to this, but I don't think that's stopping them from making these kinds of symbolic executive orders. I think you could say the same about birthright citizenship. The idea that they want to end birthright citizenship, they know that that's going to go directly to the courts and that the courts will have a say. This is a very Trump-friendly court, so we don't know how that's going to go down, but the established precedent is that birthright citizenship is the law of the land, and it would require a constitutional amendment to change that. So as we get these executive orders, some of them are gonna be for some shock and awe effect, for symbolic effect, as many of them are. He wouldn't be the first president to do that. And some of them will have real immediate effect, but we'll take them one by one and see actually what the text of these orders are, because I think the devil is in the details for a lot of this stuff.
Let's go to MJ Lee now at the White House, who can tell us more about this meeting between outgoing President Biden and incoming President Trump ought to be a fly on that wall. MJ, what's your understanding of what they talked about?
Yeah, you know, as the Trumps just arrived here at the White House, there were some pool reporters, of course, standing outside the North Portico as that arrival was happening. There's that moment again. We are told that when the Trumps stepped out of the SUV, President Biden said to incoming President Trump the words, "Welcome home." And just moments prior to that, we are told that when reporters asked President Biden, "What is your message today?" he responded with one word, and that word was joy. I am told by a White House official who is here that the two couples walked straight inside through the grand foyer and into the Blue Room. That is where we expect the four to now sit down and spend some time together. They are being served both tea and coffee. This, of course, is officially sort of described as the tea ceremony. I am just struck by this little piece of color that we are getting again from the pool reports, from the reporters that were standing there, that President Biden, first of all, chose to use the word joy to describe his message for the day, because we know for a fact that joy is not exactly the feeling that President Biden is feeling right now in this moment of basically handing the baton back to a man that he has repeatedly said poses a grave threat to democracy. And as we have been reporting for other reasons too, the president has been in a bit of a dark headspace, feeling angry about being forced out of the 2024 race, feeling embittered about the blame that he is getting for Donald Trump's return. And also just the president being put in this position, of course, where he has to even utter the words "welcome home" to a man that he very much hoped would never return home to the White House. So just goes without saying, look, we are going through the motions of all of the ceremonies, the traditions that come with this day. And as I reported earlier, those traditions were ones that I am told President Biden felt strongly he had to stick by. But you can easily imagine that as he is going through those motions, these are not easy things for President Biden to be participating in today.
No, not at all. And for those wondering, because I know there are a lot of Democrats out there who think that the reason that Donald Trump is back at the White House is because Joe Biden made the decision to run for re-election, and everything that happened in 2024 with the CNN debate and obvious moments of communication problems. A lot of people in the Democratic Party hold Joe Biden responsible for ushering the Trump era back in. That is not how President Biden sees it. President Biden thinks that the Democratic elites kicked him out and that he could have won if he had been permitted to stay at the top of the ticket. Pollsters can discuss whether or not there's any data to support that contention, but that is the president's belief. Let's go to Caitlin Collins at Emancipation Hall right now to give us the latest on what's going on in the room where they are expecting to inaugurate the 47th president. Caitlin?
Well, Jake, here's a lot of the cabinet getting off the buses. There's Kristi Noem, I should say hopeful cabinet. Kristi Noem, Trump's pick to be his DHS secretary. I also saw Howard Lutnick getting off the bus. That is Trump's pick to be his commerce secretary. There's Pam Bondi, Marco Rubio, Doug Collins. You're seeing all of them filter in here. And Scott Bessent as well, Trump's pick to run the Treasury Department. RFK Jr. as well. Really, this entire bus is the entire Trump cabinet, should they be confirmed by the Senate. Most of them appear to be on a glide path to doing so. Marco Rubio is expected to be the first one to be confirmed, Jake. It remains to be seen when the others are confirmed there, but obviously that'll be a key part of governing for the president-elect turned president. I'm here at Emancipation Hall, and this is kind of the overflow room where a lot of the guests who aren't going to fit in the rotunda, because you saw they could only squeeze so many chairs in there, they'll be in here. This is really the visitor center area of the Capitol. It's named after the enslaved people who built the Capitol, I should note, Jake. And so this is where Trump will come after he delivers that inaugural address. I'll actually be listening closely to that because I don't think that is a scripted speech. I believe there are unscripted remarks that Trump will be delivering here just briefly to those who are gathered here in the room. And it'll be their first opportunity to get a glimpse of the president and the vice president, J.D. Vance, once they are sworn in. Right now, so far, you're already seeing a few notable figures here in the room. Governors will be here and other VIPs at the top. Guests of congressional leadership we know are expected to be seated here. Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader in the House, is one that we're expected to be here. Right now, you're looking at the north lawn of the White House. You can see those green tents in the background. That's where all the TV reporters stand and deliver their reports. Of course, the Beast is leading off. That's the car that Joe Biden and Donald Trump will get into together with the First Lady and the incoming First Lady to ride up here to the Capitol where I am, Jake. And you're just getting a sense of all of the people, the VIPs that have been shifting around and figuring out where they're going here. That's been an issue in recent days, is for those who are not only replanning the inauguration to move it from outside to inside. They had a lot of VIPs calling, wanting to make sure they got good seats at this inauguration. And right now they are showing air here inside the room. People are watching along. They were applauding as Trump got out of the car at the White House and greeted President Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden. But obviously just a fascinating scene for all of these small moments that you watch here. And in just a few moments, that rotunda will be filled with all of the guests who are seated here, as well as Emancipation Hall, where they're playing music and people are gathering and milling about as you're looking around to see who it is that has been invited and gotten a prime seat at Trump's inauguration now that it's indoors. And very few people are here, Jake.
Caitlin Collins, was it Trump's call to have the inauguration indoors? Was he ultimately the one that made that decision?
His team went to him and said that they believed it would be the best decision to make because they were looking at the forecast, Jake. I know a lot of people have speculated about whether or not this was about crowd size. I was told right off the bat, this was not a decision they wanted to make. They wanted it to be outside. Obviously, Trump is a producer at heart and cares about the visuals and how things look. That's often how he picks some of the people who are going in his cabinet. He says they look like they're made for TV. And so that was certainly a factor in it. And they made the decision because they said people would be lining up at 6 and 7 a.m. and they were just worried about keeping people outside for that long, Jake. And so that is how they made ultimately this decision to put everybody inside. I do think the fact that Ronald Reagan was the only other president to have been sworn in inside 40 years ago played a factor in all of this, Jake, because obviously Trump likes to style himself after Reagan. He believes that he had a Reagan-esque victory this time around as he's been arguing this mandate that he has, given he not only won the election, he also won the popular vote here. And so all of that is a factor in this. And the other thing to watch, Jake, world leaders. We know several dignitaries are going to be here. The Italian prime minister is here. She's actually one of the very few G7 leaders who's forged a close relationship with Trump and his incoming team. We talk about the big tech executives and everyone trying to get in good with Trump. It's not just them. World leaders are also trying to do the same. And you know, they were navigating Trump the first time around, and now they're back to figuring that out this time around. There's Elon Musk, Jake, as you can see there in the middle, walking into the Capitol.
The reason I bring up the issue of the weather is because obviously you see members of the Trump cabinet walking into, I believe that's Doug Burgum, maybe, walking inside the Capitol right now. That's not Doug Burgum. I apologize. And a lot of them are not wearing coats because the truth of the matter is there is a Senate Republican leader, Mitch McConnell, the former Senate Minority Leader, with his wife, Elaine Chao, the former Secretary of Labor during the Trump administration. Transportation, I apologize. She served at Labor in a previous administration. She resigned from the Trump presidency on January 6, 2021. She was so upset with the insurrection. Obviously, those feelings have waned. But in any case, the point I was just making was like it actually has not turned out to be as frigid as the forecast had predicted. Jeff Zeleny is there at the rotunda. Jeff Zeleny, tell us what you're seeing.
Yes. Well, Jake, we can see members of the cabinet, the designees, walking in, as you were saying, but right behind them, Elon Musk also walking in and waiting at the law library door here, just on the east front of the Capitol. And we saw Marco Rubio, of course, the former senator from Florida. He's likely to be the first cabinet nominee to be the Secretary of State to be confirmed by this U.S. Senate, and then several others. Governor Doug Burgum, as you were saying, was actually in the line. And I can speak to the weather for a second, Jake. The cabinet nominees just came directly off of heated buses and walked inside, so they were outside for not very long. It is very sunny out here. I don't know if you can see our shot. It's definitely sunny, but it is windy and it's cold. I was not here during the Reagan inaugural, but I was here during the Obama inaugural in 2009. It felt colder to me that morning, but it is similar. So there's no doubt it is very frigid if people were sitting outside, certainly aging people for a long time. But we are now still seeing more VIPs coming through. But again, Elon Musk was right behind members of the cabinet walking into the east front of the Capitol just moments ago, Jake.
There's Joe Rogan, the popular podcast host, Tim Cook from Apple, the CEO of Apple. We've talked a bunch about all the tech executives.
And you can see
Jeff
Tim
Miller,
Cook right now.
Jeff Miller used to. Is that the former McCarthy aide, right?
I believe I saw the TikTok CEO just walk in as well.
And Mark Zuckerberg is there as well. Go ahead. There's Mark Zuckerberg walking in as well. These are a lot of tech executives that had previously faced this
quality time together.
Previously faced the scorn of Donald Trump, who have spent the last few months trying desperately to get in his good graces. Dana Bash.
Yeah, that looks like Jeff Bezos.
Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, who also has a $40 million documentary deal with the First Lady for Amazon Prime.
And his fiance or wife, not sure what their exact status is right now, Lauren Sanchez, and as you said, Mark Zuckerberg and his wife as well.
It's such a small ceremony, just to be clear. This is a tiny ceremony relative to what was supposed to happen on the Capitol. There are a lot of people who maybe thought that they would be in proximity to this ceremony who will not be. Those folks are still getting their seats somewhere inside where it's nice and warm. And I think that's a testament to just how much influence they have already in this incoming Trump administration.
There are a lot of disappointed Trump supporters, I have to note, people who have come in from all over the country to attend the inaugural ceremony who were disappointed. I'm completely sympathetic to the idea that they had a tough decision to make with a forecast of tremendously frigid and uncomfortable temperatures. There are Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, of course, who ran for president in 2016 and lost to Donald Trump in his first run. Attending, once again, a celebration of American democracy, a celebration of the peaceful transfer of power.
And I'm told that the former presidents had discussions about...
There's Boris Johnson, the former British Prime Minister, walking in.
About whether to go, are they going to all make a decision together? What they should go to, what they should not go to. They are going to the actual inauguration, not the luncheon following, which is, again, part of tradition. But it is, we've heard a lot about Michelle Obama not coming. But Hillary Clinton is obviously a very different situation. Hillary Clinton understands the image and the symbol that she provides to the country as one of the people. If she can show up for Donald Trump, it is not about Donald Trump. It is about the United States of America, and it is about democracy, along with the
as former President Barack Obama. It was Obama's presidency that really created Donald Trump as a political force, as he falsely said that Barack Obama falsely suggested that Barack Obama had not been born in the United States, but that the first African-American president in American history had actually been born in Africa, a racist and malicious lie. But Barack Obama, nonetheless, attending this inaugural. Michelle Obama not there, as we've discussed in the immortal words of Bartleby the Scrivener. She would prefer not to attend. Her absence from both the Carter funeral and the inaugural is interesting. Vivek Ramaswamy, who is was part of the Department of Government Efficiency that Donald Trump.
Technically, I think he still is at this. Point.
But he is resigning from it, and there is some talk of him running for governor of Ohio.
Right.
He's almost certainly going to be doing that.
Yeah. We're seeing several members of Congress, I think most of them on the screen right now.
Brian Mast, the incoming chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, combat veteran from Florida, Jim Clyburn, who, if it weren't for Jim Clyburn, from South Carolina, the dean of the South Carolina delegation, I doubt Joe Biden would have been elected president to begin with.
President Biden spent the day with him yesterday in South Carolina.
And Abby, you talked about the sort of tech leaders coming in and how, now that it is inside, how precious and valuable each of these seats is. My understanding from somebody who's been involved is that the actual members of Congress who work there, who come in there and serve the American people every day, there was a lot of jockeying to see which ones, particularly in the House, where you have 435 people, which of them could actually get seats.
I mean, they're practically on top of each other.
Yeah.
These chairs are close.
I don't see Paul Ryan, former Speaker Paul Ryan. I'm not sure if he is planning on attending or not. Obviously, former House Speaker Denny Hastert, who did time in prison and was called a serial child molester by a judge. I'm not sure if he was invited. His portrait was taken down.
Nancy Pelosi also said that she's not coming, which is...
But that's quite different from Dennis Hastert.
No, sorry. But we were just talking about former speakers.
Yes, Pelosi
I did not mean to equate the two.
Pelosi, there is no love lost between Nancy Pelosi and President-elect Donald Trump.
The Gingriches, John Boehner on the screen there.
There's a lot of Republican members of Congress who are greeting their former bosses, their former leaders, former speakers. Newt Gingrich, who is a close ally of Donald Trump, more so than probably any Republican speaker of them all.
Yeah.
Newt Gingrich.
I mean, there's a lot that you can say about Newt Gingrich being a sort of forerunner for the forces that allowed Donald Trump to be in the White House, but he's simply proven to be someone who is a strong supporter of him and gave him a sense of legitimacy when he was running back in 2016.
Let's go to Manu Raju, our chief congressional correspondent, who is there. Manu, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, every member of Congress was invited to attend this ceremony, Jake. In fact, there are about 800 seats, of course, 535 members of Congress. And the question is who ultimately will attend. You're seeing Republican members right now file in. We expect most Republicans to do attend. But there has been actually a debate among Democrats themselves. There's been a split about which Democrats would actually come. Some, like the Democratic leaders, plan to attend, of course, like Hakeem Jeffries, even though Jeffries, I'm told, has not spoken to Donald Trump really since Donald Trump's first term in office. But there are a number of others, Nancy Pelosi being one who is skipping today's ceremony, and some also on the left flank of the Democratic caucus, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is one who's not planning on attending. Neither Ilhan Omar, a progressive Democrat as well, who has criticized Democrats who are attending after saying that Donald Trump was a threat to the democracy. And I'm told, Jake, that there's actually been a debate over the weekend, a lot of members texting about whether they should come, and we'll see. A lot of members attend, but some Democrats choosing not to, Jake.
All right. Thank you so much, Manu. They are loading up the limos. We just saw the presidential spouses come out. One of the interesting things in terms of guests we've also seen, in addition to supporters like Elon Musk, in addition to supporters like Joe Rogan, we've also seen, we just saw Rudy Giuliani walking in to the rotunda. He's been in the news a lot lately for his legal tussles. There is the mayor of Washington, D.C., Muriel Bowser. Tucker Carlson, also the former Fox host, now popular podcaster and YouTube hoster, or I'm not exactly sure what to call him, but influencer, certainly.
Very influential.
Very influential, yes, absolutely. Anderson Cooper?
Big thanks very much. As we continue to look at dignitaries arriving, I'm with Chris Emery, the White House usher from 1986 and 1994. You were there through Reagan, H.W. Bush, the Clinton administration. Talk about Inauguration Day from your vantage point. What is it like for people in the White House?
Absolute chaos, but controlled. It's just the busiest time. And right now, the president and the existing president and the future president are about to leave the White House. that's when the White House residence staff really gets to work. There's moving vans on the south grounds. Moving vans will be moved to the north grounds.
So there's two groups of moving vans just waiting for these two
to
men to leave.
And we hope we have about 6 or 7 hours to move the new family in, get the remaining items of the former family out. And it's chaos, but it's organized, and it's been the same way for 200 years.
The relationship, I mean, is it hard watching people that you care about, have worked with, leave?
It's very emotional. In fact, usually about 10:30, the former First Family is in the state dining room bidding farewell to the executive residence staff. I remember Mrs. Reagan was crying when that occurred. President Bush couldn't speak. He was so emotional. Mrs. Bush had to speak as they went around and shook hands with everybody.
How long does it take? I mean, is there like a deep cleaning done?
Absolutely. I mean, we have 97 staff. Everybody's working. And it's just, everyone is assigned to a different floor to handle the move-in of the clothing, the furniture, new electronics. All these things are taking place all within the short period of time we have.
Right, there's 73 to 79 days between an election and inauguration. So there's a short window. I mean, how do you know where everything's supposed to go?
Well, for the family moving out, it's very easy. They start planning early. So a lot of those items have been shipped. New things coming in. We work with the first lady coming in to find out where she wants things, how it's to be set up, how many guests the first night. The Bushes had 32 guests the first night when they came in 1989. It was crazy. So not only were we moving beds into rooms that never had beds, we were trying to account for the actual first family members that would be closer staying to on the main floor, the second floor. It was just crazy.
Wow. And you know, I mean, do you know what towels they like? Do you know, all that stuff is worked out in the
We know where to put the toothbrush. We know what shaving cream to place. I mean, it's all been prearranged and agreed to. Sometimes we make mistakes, not often.
Does it make it easier because the President Trump has already been in the White House?
Yes, absolutely. Same with Grover Cleveland. I mean, he just walked in, everything was already set
Were you
up.
there for Grover Cleveland?
No, I was there the year after.
Okay. But that does make it easier. I mean, it's one less thing it's not a mystery to them.
Well, it's not a mystery. I mean, you have to account for, like as I said, the things they're going to access first. Their toiletries, their clothing, and then we have to account for the house guests. Who's coming in? How many meals? What do they want? So that goes on for quite a while.
I also want to bring in Vanessa Friedman, the New York Times fashion director and chief fashion critic. Talk about, if you will, what Melania Trump is wearing her inauguration look today versus 2017.
So this time around, she's wearing Adam Lippis. He's a New York designer. He's an independent. He's someone she's worn before, and she's got a quite structured, very sort of protected coat and a very dramatic hat, which is by Eric Javits. And it's a sort of marked difference from what she wore in 2017, where she really seemed to be making an effort to be part of a sort of First Lady continuum. She wore a Ralph Lauren look. She was his fifth First Lady, and it was very evocative of Jackie Kennedy.
What message, is it sending a message of some sort?
Well, I mean, John F. Kennedy took his hat off in 1961 and made a big statement. She's keeping hers on.
And Pastor, I don't know, how much, how has her style evolved over, I mean, are there a lot of designers who want to dress? I mean, is it the case that any designer would love to dress her?
Any designer would love to dress the First Lady of the United States. And when you speak to them, whether it's a big brand or a small brand, they will say it is their honor to dress the White House. It's not necessarily,
they don't necessarily say
the Trumps, exactly.
So that's the look you're.
That's the look. It's a little bit. It's more royal family governess than necessarily American First Lady.
That's how it reads to royal family governance. That's interesting. We've had, who's the most fashionable or sort of iconic First Ladies?
I mean, certainly the most recent one, Michelle Obama, before her, Jacqueline Kennedy, but every First Lady has used her clothing to make a statement because that's part of the job, honestly, right? It's to represent the look of the administration, the values of the administration through imagery, right? These are people who
And we're seeing, by the way, both First Ladies, the current and the future First Lady, and also the past First Lady. They will ride together Jill Biden's, she in Ralph Lauren?
She's in Ralph Lauren. She's in purple, very bipartisan, very sort of full circle, right? Her husband wore Ralph Lauren for his inauguration. He's also wearing Ralph Lauren.
John King, just in terms of this departure that we're seeing, I mean, again, this is tradition. This is how it's always done, except the last time when this wasn't done.
And so we should celebrate this. This is the magic of America's democracy. The former president leaving, even though there's no love lost between Jill Biden and Melania Trump. There's no love lost between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. The current president, Joe Biden, for another hour and a half, is doing the right thing. He's respecting American norms. And you're right, that did not happen 4 years ago. So is that a reset? We're going to have a lot of political conversations today. I think for the next 90 minutes, maybe we should have an American conversation. That you have an outgoing president who was not afforded this courtesy 4 years ago, saying, I'm not going to forget that, but there's something more important than that, and they're doing that today. And to their credit, the Trumps are very gracious when they came into the House. They said good morning and everything. So we're having an American moment. By the time the day is over, I suspect we'll be having some political debates and conversations as well.
This is the discussion earlier about members of Congress and should they go. If you are the party that believes in norms, then you should observe the norms. You shouldn't protest the other party's lack of observance of norms by doing it yourself.
Jimmy Gangale, as you watch this, we have watched this kind of moment every 4 years, except for last year, for a long time. What stands out to you?
No, I think just the underlying political reality that your panel was discussing earlier. This is painful. Nobody likes to lose. And even though the candidate was Vice President Harris at the time, she shared that with President Biden. I used to speak to former President Bush 41 about this a lot when he did not win a second term. It's hard. And I think it is particularly hard, obviously, because of the underlying feelings that they have for Donald Trump.
Well, speaking of hard, Vice President Harris and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance getting into their limousine to make the ride to the Capitol as well.
Thank you, sir.
Tim Naftali, a historian, in this moment, again, this is something which is normal except for the last time around. What are your thoughts right now?
Well, as you know, I did spend some time as the federal director of the Nixon Library, and I'm thinking that before today, the American politician who experienced the greatest comeback was Richard Nixon. After all, he was thought to be politically dead in 1962 when he ran for governor, and he had lost in 1960 against John Kennedy. And of course, in 1968, he ascends to the presidency. Well, Donald Trump has topped that. Donald Trump is, without a doubt, in our modern era, the person who has achieved the greatest greatest comeback in political history. And so I'm thinking a lot about that. And I'm thinking about whether in January of 2021, how many people other than Donald Trump thought that these images could have been possible. So it's a poignant moment for the Bidens. It's a heroic moment, glorious moment for the Trumps. And it's a moment for reflection for, I think, all Americans.
John King, to Tim's point, it would have been inconceivable, I think, to most people 4 years ago, given what happened at the Capitol, that this moment would be occurring.
Absolutely inconceivable to, Tim says anybody but Donald Trump, maybe two or three other people. Most of Donald Trump's party turned on him. Most of Donald Trump's party was trying to create distance from him. Most of Donald Trump's party was embarrassed by the events of January 6th and the bigger denial of the election that actually started on election night in 2020. However, he single-handedly won the nomination without much of a fight, actually, and then won the presidency. Now, again, the question is, Joe Biden thought that his win included the fact that he had forever isolated Donald Trump to the ash heap of history. He was wrong about that. So Donald Trump takes his hand off the Bible today. How does he interpret his victory? It was a big victory. David and I have been going back and forth about this all morning. He won all the swing states. He did something, as Tim said, now puts Richard Nixon number 2 in the greatest comebacks in American political history. However, does he overread that mandate? The popular vote win, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Trump supporters are much more open, much more proud, much more public because he won the popular vote. It's not a huge win in the popular vote, but it's a win. So Joe Biden overread his mandate, I think. Donald Trump being there right now, who's about to walk out those doors, is proof of that. Does Donald Trump overread his?
MJ Lee at the White House. I understand you have some new reporting.
We are learning that President Biden confirmed to reporters some moments ago that he did, in fact, leave a letter for the incoming President Donald Trump in the Oval Office. He was asked whether he had done so at the North Portico. He said yes, but when reporters pressed him on the details and the contents of that letter, President Biden simply said, "That's between Trump and me." Of course, you'll remember that the former President Donald Trump left President Biden a letter in the same manner back in 2021. It was actually one of the rare traditions of the passing of the baton that President Trump at the time had adhered to. And President Biden would go on to describe that letter as very generous. Now, we are watching those doors to see the Bidens and the Trumps emerge after their meeting inside the Blue Room at the White House for some coffee and tea. We should keep in mind, once President Biden gets inside that motorcade, this will be the last time that President Biden rides the presidential motorcade as a sitting president. There they are.
And let's watch and listen.
Hey, Emily.
It is, John, just an extraordinary moment. I mean, given the history of these two men, given the history of what we have seen, given the career President Biden has had, the way his career has ended, touching the door of the limousine on his way in for this last ride in a presidential limousine. He will be taking a helicopter from Capitol Hill.
They don't have much in common, but they do share this remarkable political resilience. This ability to defy the people who say you cannot do this. Joe Biden ran for the presidency 3 times before he won the presidency. David can tell you when he was the vice president to Barack Obama, one of the reasons was they didn't think he would run for president. Donald Trump was given up for political isolation, and he's back in the White House. MJ just made an important point. We're going to watch the beginning of the new Trump administration. I do think it's worth spending a little time just on this is the end of Joe Biden's career in elective office. And again, whatever you think of him, United States Senate at a very young age. I met him in 1987 when he was first running for president out in Iowa. Ran again and lost, and then came back and won the presidency. That is remarkable. Whether you agree or disagree with his politics, it is not an easy thing to do to become president of the United States, to win the primaries, to get it done. You have to have some luck. You have to have things break in your favor. But you also have to have political resilience. And the stubborn Irish, I often say about Joe Biden, which is sometimes his greatest gift, I think in this last cycle was also in some ways his greatest enemy, that he didn't realize that it was time to pass the torch. But again, those things will be debated, but they'll be debated today. They'll be debated in the history books 10, 15, 25 years from now. But he's leaving the complex right there for the last time as president of the United States, and he has to know that. He has to know that as he drives.
Well, so just point out, you saw Senator Amy Klobuchar escorting both presidents out. She's the chairman of the inaugural committee, so she was there as part of her ceremony.
There are only 5 guys. There are only 5 guys on the planet, and they're all guys who understand what the presidency is and the awesome responsibilities of that presidency. They have that in common. But Joe Biden's legacy was largely built on the fact that he routed Donald Trump from the White House, and so it has to be painful to be riding to the re-inauguration of Donald Trump today.
Look, there's a lot of talk about America first. I hear from my friends in the conservative movement. Today, Joe Biden's putting America first. This is a tough day. You saw him put his hand on the car. It's heartbreaking. He's actually giving Donald Trump not just the dignity of a good transition, he's giving him a pretty decent economy. Things are healing. They're moving in the right direction. He's put in place some things. There's going to be a lot of red ribbons cut under the Trump administration because of tough votes that Biden got Democrats to take. So, I think it's an important moment. It's a powerful moment. Joe Biden, he probably stayed too long, but he stayed too long because he thought he had more good to do. He won't get a chance to do that good, but he's handing off a better economy than he got, and he's doing it in a more decent way, showing more decency than he received. You want to talk about America first? That's Joe Biden today.
Chris Emery, I mean, you've been a White House usher for a long time under 3 different administrations, Republicans and Democrats. As you watch this, what do you think?
Well, it's emotional. I mean, it brings back a lot of memories for me. It's a very emotional time. You see the president get into the limousine. We're standing just inside the door doing the thumbs up, waving for the final time. Mm-hmm. And then we're also very emotional or trying to be anticipating what's going to be like with the new family coming in. For me, it was pretty lucky because Vice President Bush under Reagan had been at the White House many times. We knew a little bit about his family. The Clintons, they were brand new. So it's quite an adjustment.
And already now they have left the White House. Movers are moving in.
Right now, where somebody's going across the Blair House to bring the racks of clothes of the Trumps across Pennsylvania Avenue and up the North Drive. Other people are unloading vans on their own South grounds. There's a lot going on right now.
MJ Lee?
Yeah, as President Biden is making that final ride in the presidential motorcade, as a sitting president, once he gets off on Capitol Hill, he will watch moments later President Trump being sworn back into office. Of course, the two men, as we saw, got into that same car together. Talk about, being in close quarters with someone you'd probably rather not spend that much time with. But nevertheless, as we've been talking about all morning, this was yet another part of the ceremonial aspect of Inauguration Day morning that the president felt it was important that he uphold. Now, back here at the White House, we are sort of seeing a race against the clock, essentially, to turn this White House from the Biden White House back into the Trump White House. I know you were talking to Chris Emery before about just the machinations of how exactly that works, but there are essentially incoming and outgoing moving trucks close to the White House, ready on standby, and some 100 members of resident staff, as our Betsy Klein reported, to move the Biden stuff out and then begin the process of moving the Trump stuff in after a period of course, a deep cleaning that goes on across the White House. There will probably be some 5 hours between now and when the staff here need to get everything done. And later, when the Trumps return here to the White House as the first couple once more, it will kind of be like maybe they never left. Their furniture, art, clothing, all of that should be, if everything goes smoothly, in the places that they are supposed to be so that they can now proceed to live at the White House once again for another 4 years.
Tim Naftali, what we're about to witness, talk a little bit about the history of that, the history of inauguration.
The very first time that an outgoing president and an incoming president sat together on the way to the Capitol was in 1837. Andrew Jackson and Martin Van Buren. That was a very positive, very happy transition. Martin Van Buren had been Jackson's vice president. That was the first time that this kind of event occurred. The very first time it ever occurred in an automobile was Warren G. Harding's inauguration. Sometimes we hear about what they say to each other in the cars. In the case of 1961, when Kennedy, young John F. Kennedy, who had been a junior officer, was sitting in a car with Dwight D. Eisenhower, who had been the supreme Allied commander of Allied forces in Europe. When they were in the car together, they talked about D-Day. They talked about World War II. Other presidents don't say anything to each other. Truman and Eisenhower had a very chilly relationship and a very chilly car ride. It'll be interesting to find out what Biden and Trump are saying to each other, since this is the only time that they will ever take this kind of ride together. They should have taken it twice, as we've mentioned it before, but that, of course, didn't occur in 2021. So this particular ride, whether it's in a carriage or in a car, has been an important ritual in the passing of the baton from one presidency to another.
David Axelrod, I mean, it's interesting to me how, people think about politics, you see it on television, but there are personalities involved, and politics is personal, and the personality, people have feelings and emotions, and all of that plays into a moment like
well,
this.
in this case in particular, but it takes a certain amount of, not a certain amount, it takes extraordinary sort of ego and drive to get to this point in life, and in this case, their egos and their drive collided twice in historic ways. So it's kind of mind-boggling to think how they're each processing this short journey to the Capitol. But look, for Joe Biden, this is a sad ending. This is kind of a Shakespearean tragedy. He came to the Capitol as the youngest senator, and he was heralded in 1973 as a future presidential candidate. Wow. And here we are half a century later. Had he chosen a different path, had he not run for re-election, he might be, this ride might have been easier for him. I think that there's so many emotions that must be rushing through him at this point.
Jake, let's go back to you.
Thanks so much, Anderson. We are all watching with great interest this limousine ride with the two presidents. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny, who is right outside the Capitol. Jeff?
Driving through the Senate carriage entrance. Okay. It's driving through the Senate carriage entrance. As you can see, the two presidents will be getting out of the motorcade momentarily. And what an extraordinary return to power this is for Donald Trump. Of course, we're also on the east front of the Capitol, standing on the very grounds, just steps away from where the windows were bashed 4 years ago in his name. Now, of course, that is left to history, as we are going to see the 45th president, Donald Trump, the 46th president, Joe Biden, step out and step into the Capitol and walk the short steps into the rotunda to continue this peaceful transfer of power. But I can see Dr. Jill Biden there stepping out. President Biden soon will be as well, we believe. But what an extraordinary moment, a full half century of public life for Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., who arrived here in 1972 as the youngest senator, will be taking his leave as the oldest American president, turning over the reins of power to a man he tried to stop.
That's right. Fascinating stuff. Just a real moment in American history. Let's go now to Caitlin Collins, who's in Emancipation Hall right outside the rotunda where the inaugural will take place. Caitlin?
Yeah, Jake, so many moments of history have been glimpsed from these views of the carriage entrance, where we get a camera angle and you can see Biden waiting there for Trump to go in as they walked inside on their way to the rotunda. And here they are coming into the main door, speaking to one another, as you can see there. We'll listen. There's Chuck Schumer and House Speaker Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson was in that meeting they just had at the White House.
Good morning, sir. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Thank you.
President Trump, how do you feel? President Biden?
Well.
You saw there a brief greeting from the president-elect. Still a fascinating side-by-side to see the two of them, and also just to see in this moment, as you know, typically this would be a president ushering in a new president who's not used to that platform and the levers of power. Trump obviously well knows what comes with the office. There's the Google CEO and Elon Musk there inside the rotunda, getting those coveted seats. I might note, in addition to Rudy Giuliani, who we also saw entering, there goes Melania Trump, Deb Fischer, and then First Lady Jill Biden and Doug Emhoff, all making their way into the space as they go in there. I'll note, Wolf, Jake, you're looking right now at Walt Nauta. That is Donald Trump's former co-defendant in the classified documents case, who is still his body man and accompanies him on essentially every trip that he takes, walking in with him, in addition to J.D. Vance and Usha Vance, the future second lady of the United States, all making their way in. There's Trump's Secret Service detail, a few of them making their way in, and the press pool as well following suit as they make their way into the rotunda. And just this moment between Trump and Biden where they've had private moments beyond what we saw today, where House Speaker Mike Johnson was in the Blue Room present for that meeting and will obviously wield a lot of power over Trump's forthcoming legislative agenda that he wants to accompany on Capitol Hill. I believe that's Dana White there that we're looking at as we talk about the guest, and maybe Miriam Adelson as well. As you look at all of who is assembled inside this room, none of these people are surprising. There's Senator John Barrasso in the bottom right corner of your screen as well, in addition to Senator Dick Durbin. The people on the left side, none of them are surprising to see in the room. These are top allies of Trump, including Susie Wiles, who is in the white coat in the bottom left corner, who orchestrated Trump's campaign and successful return to the White House and will be his incoming chief of staff inside the White House coming in. It all just speaks to this return to power in terms of the influence inside the West Wing. Susie Wiles will be a new face, of course, in the West Wing, not a new face in Trump's orbit. And there's Pete Hegseth, Pam Bondi, Doug Burgum, Brooke Rollins, Howard Lutnick, all making their way into the room and being greeted by rounds of applause. I should note, not just in the Rotunda, but also here in Emancipation Hall, where we are watching a live feed for those who did not make it into the Rotunda. For this, RFK Jr., Sean Duffy, Linda McMahon.
Nominated to be Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. Those are members of the Trump cabinet. Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, nominated to be Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Other members as well. Lee Zeldin, the former New York congressman, nominated to be Administrator of the EPA. John Ratcliffe, nominated to be Director of the CIA. A lot of people there who are, Kash Patel, nominated to be Director of the FBI. There is Mr. Doge himself, Vivek Ramaswamy, who is going to be on the Department of Government Efficiency, but he is stepping down from that role to run for governor of Ohio. We also saw Tulsi Gabbard, the former Democratic congresswoman, there she is on the left there, turned Republican, nominated to be Director of the Office of National Intelligence. These are members of the president's would-be cabinet. None of them have been confirmed yet. We do expect Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida, to be confirmed overwhelmingly today. There he is on the left as Secretary of State. That if Trump gets his druthers, and I have no reason to think he won't, that will be the Trump cabinet. We're not aware of any nomination that is in trouble as of yet. Michael Waltz, who will be the Florida congressman, who will be the National Security Advisor.
You're looking at the incoming Trump administration, including and especially the woman in the white coat with the blue scarf, Susie Wiles, the woman who led the campaign to get Donald Trump back into the White House and will be the gatekeeper, the chief of staff in Donald Trump's White House.
And will be the first ever woman to be the White House chief of staff. There were attempts or discussions in previous Democratic administrations, but nobody ever pulled the trigger. She will be the first.
Dan Quayle.
Oh, former Vice
Marilyn
President
Quayle.
Dan Quayle and Marilyn Quayle from Indiana. Very interesting.
And as we watch this, I'm thinking of Dan Quayle, who was a senator as well. Just to take a moment to go back to that image of Joe Biden and Donald Trump walking in the Senate carriage entrance, walking in together. Joe Biden, who I first met as a senator and as you did as well, how many thousands of times he has walked through that entrance to the U.S. Senate as a senator for decades and decades. And the fact that he is accompanying Donald Trump, the man who he tried so hard and was successful the first time, but was not successful this time to keep him out of the White House, accompanying him back in as Donald Trump prepares to take the oath of office once again is really extraordinary.
That oath will be delivered by the Chief Justice of the United States, John Roberts, and then for the Vice President, J.D. Vance, it will be administered by Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who was one of Donald Trump's Supreme Court nominees. Here is Vice President Pence, who has only been, this will be the second time in the last 4 years that he'll have been in the same room with Donald Trump since that horrible month in January 2021. Earlier today, Pence issued a tweet talking about why he was there, why he was attending this event. He said, "Today I will attend the inauguration of President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance at the U.S. Capitol. This is a day when every American does well to celebrate our democracy and the peaceful transfer of power under the Constitution of the United States. We encourage all our fellow Americans to join us praying for President Trump and Vice President Vance as they assume the awesome responsibility of leading this great nation, and may God continue to bless the United States of America," America flag emoji.
And not with Mike Pence, Karen Pence.
Karen
the
Pence.
former second lady is not there, who has been very clear about her disdain for and how upset, understandably, she was about January 6th, that she was there with him when the mob was outside calling for
Hang my Pence.
her husband to be hanged.
And the entire country, and Donald Trump included, owes Mike Pence actually quite a lot of gratitude for what he did on that day, not only for fulfilling his constitutional responsibility, but also in the midst of the chaos when the Secret Service was telling him, "We've got to go, we've got to get out of here, we don't know if we can protect you in this building." He insisted on staying and certifying the election when the Congress came back into session.
I don't know if we control the feed or not, but it's really remarkable to see these tech CEOs or founders, in the case of Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon, standing alongside members of the Trump cabinet.
They got better seats than some members
Well,
of the
it's just
cabinet,
it's just
actually.
remarkable. I can't help but think that if this had happened 4 years ago or 12 years ago, it would have been something of a scandal for these people who control information in the United States and the world. The CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, who's there, as well as Bezos, the founder of Amazon, and Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, and Elon Musk from X, and not to mention all the federal contracts he has with because of SpaceX, all of them standing amidst members of the president's would-be cabinet, not yet confirmed.
And these are a group of people. Joe Biden, in his very last address to the American people, warned, make up effectively an oligarchy.
And for people who don't know what an oligarchy is, it is the idea of wealthy individuals, often business owners in the private sector, who essentially have control over the government as a result of their wealth. And that's what the president was warning of. I just want to throw out another way of looking at this, and the way that I think people on the right are looking at this, as a way of Trump celebrating American ingenuity, entrepreneurship, technological dominance, because the truth is, when it comes to tech companies in the world, American companies are the ones that are dominating the industry. But it is when the government has to play a role in deciding what this looks like going forward, and whether or not there are going to be any guardrails on the power that they're able to.
There is Bill Clinton, former president of the United States, and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, who obviously ran for president in 2016 and lost to Donald Trump. Once again, another sign, symbol, important moment celebrating American democracy, celebrating the peaceful transfer of power, the fact that the former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton is here to attend his inaugural. She was at his first inaugural as well.
I know you're using celebration in a very generic sense. So
There's George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush. They're here as well. Again, a celebration of American democracy and honoring
obligation also. I mean, maybe not for them, but I think for Hillary Clinton.
But I'm not talking about a celebration of any man. I'm talking about a celebration of the idea of America and the democracy. There's I think that's Laura Trump, Eric Trump's wife, and their children. There was some talk for a while about maybe her replacing Marco Rubio in the Senate, but she withdrew her name from consideration.
Those are the Trump grandchildren in that book. There's President Obama.
Barack Obama.
Flying solo.
Michelle Obama not attending today. She also did not attend the Carter funeral, saying that she would prefer not to.
Presidential
So obviously she said she preferred not to.
She didn't actually literally say.
Well, I mean,
I'm just quoting.
No, I know. I mean, but that's what her absence is certainly suggesting. And you can still see from a wider shot those tech CEOs. One of the things that I also want to mention is that they're not alone. You could see on the left there that was Lauren Sanchez. Oh, there's Tim Cook. It's not just them. They have their spouses and their significant others. And these are some prime
I was going to say, in an environment in which every single seat is accounted for, it really is something that they are in the room for this. I mean, not a lot of people can get seats to this. You've got 535 members of Congress who are guaranteed seats. Everybody else has to earn one. And these people, men, all of them, were able to get seats because of their cultivation of a relationship with Donald Trump, for the most part, which all happened after the election.
I don't even think the cabinet nominees have plus ones in there, I can see.
So we are expecting the U.S. Supreme Court to come in at any moment. You see there at the back of your screen in the white coat with the black scarf, that's Susie Wiles, the incoming White House Chief of Staff. Caitlin Collins, what are we expecting to hear from President-elect Trump as he delivers his inaugural address?
And there's Marjorie Taylor Greene, one of Trump's biggest allies on the Hill. Jake, obviously this speech, I have been told, is going to be about restoring confidence in the United States. Trump obviously is not going to speak very highly of Biden's tenure. He may not go as far as he did at his rally last night, but I want to know what we're looking at here with Jeff Bezos talking to the person standing by the CEO of Google. That's Howard Lutnick. He is Trump's pick to be the Commerce Secretary. He doesn't have a lot of opposition, so he seems like he'll be confirmed. He ran the transition. He will be in charge of imposing Trump's tariffs, though, that he has threatened here. That will affect all of those executives that you're looking at who are standing right there at the back of the room. So just speaking to why they have these good seats and why they wanted these prime seats is because those are directly the people who are going to be making huge decisions that affect their businesses in a massive way. And another person who is in the room is the CEO of TikTok, who in a few hours is going to be getting an executive order signed by President Donald Trump, one that was still being finalized yesterday to save his business in the United States and essentially rebuff a bipartisan law that was passed by Congress and upheld by the Supreme Court. But I also saw Senator Tom Cotton sitting right there in the center of the lawmakers. He's actually in the chairs, not up on the stage where all the cabinet officials are that you're looking at here, including Pete Hegseth on the phone. Senator Tom Cotton has broken with Trump on the TikTok executive order and said that the law should stand if they can't sell and divest from their parent company, ByteDance, that they should not be able to be used inside the United States. He's a rare Republican, and even some Democrats have changed their tune on this, Jake. And it just speaks to the different dynamics that are all at play in this rotunda that you're seeing here, all waiting on Trump to give this speech and also to see what he is going to be doing once he has the powers of the presidency again.
We see there Elise Stefanik in the reddish, plumish dress. She is Trump's nominee to be the United States ambassador to the United Nations. In the blue dress, Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota, nominee to be Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And again, Abby Phillip, I don't sense that any of these nominees are really in trouble in terms of their confirmation. Marco Rubio, we expect, will be confirmed overwhelmingly today. But beyond that, the ones that are supposedly controversial, Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense, Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to be Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. I don't know that there aren't the votes for confirmation. Here is the U.S. Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice John Roberts. Second there was Brett Kavanaugh. They're not in order of seniority, obviously, because Brett Kavanaugh, we have a former Supreme Court Justice, Breyer, at the end there. Brett Kavanaugh is second there because he will be administering the oath of office to Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. You see Clarence Thomas and Alito, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Neil Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and there is, as I said, bringing up the rear is a former U.S. Supreme Court Justice, Justice Breyer.
And as you were saying earlier, I mean, it might be true that none of them now are in jeopardy. Matt Gaetz did have to withdraw his nomination for Attorney General. We also have to see some hearings for RFK Jr. That will come up at some point, Kash Patel as well. So there are some folks who are still fairly controversial, but Donald Trump has pretty successfully kept Republicans pretty much in line on most of these nominations. And there's even the prospect that someone like RFK Jr. could get maybe one or two Democratic votes, despite his advocacy of vaccine or anti-vaccine messages, some of which are just patently false. But this is the dynamic of the new Washington, and I think Democrats now in the minority, they can't really do anything about it.
I would also caution that it's not entirely a done deal that Tulsi Gabbard is going to get confirmed, and I'm saying that because of reporting from Republican senators.
Yeah. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, of course, was once a Democrat, so there's some tension there, I think, inherently in what she's said and done in the past.
What we've been reporting, what I've been hearing, and you guys have as well, is concern based on private meetings about her readiness to be Director of National Intelligence. But yet, look, I mean, again, what we're looking at is what will ultimately likely be Donald Trump's cabinet and the people who are going to.
Right. It's possible that a couple might not make it through. I have yet to see evidence that will happen, but it is possible a couple might not make it through. But as a general rule, we do expect them comingly to be confirmed. I think the
They're sitting in front. I'm sorry, I just want to say one thing. Sorry to interrupt, but some of these tech giants and their spouses are sitting in front of members of the cabinet. They have better seats than people who are going to actually serve in Donald Trump's administration. And knowing how much he pays attention to details, I can't imagine that the president-elect was not involved in that. There's his children.
The adult children of President-elect Trump, Ivanka, Don Jr., Tiffany, Eric, and then Barron bringing up the rear. Barron, who was 10 when his father first entered the White House in 2017. He's now a college freshman at New York University.
And Tiffany
looks so much like his dad.
Yeah, and he's very tall. And Tiffany is expecting, she just recently got married, and President Trump appointed her father-in-law to an official position. With Donald Trump, it's already become clear that the cabinet is going to be important, but more important are going to be the people inside of the White House. And perhaps even more important still are the people outside of the government entirely. We were just looking at Elon Musk there, who have Donald Trump's ear. Trump is a business person, first and foremost, and he incredibly values the opinion, the esteem of wealthy business titans, and those voices are going to be very important. That's why I'm not surprised to see them sitting where they are, because in Trump's world, there's the government, and then there is the almost kitchen cabinet of sorts of people on the outside who are going to be around him on speed dial, the recipients of text messages and other things constantly over the next 4 years. And that's why when we talk about this stuff, you can't just focus on people who have official titles when it comes to Donald Trump.
Oh, no, not at all.
Very well.
We've been making the point, but these tech CEOs are not just, in Donald Trump's construct, geniuses. He's talked about Elon Musk. We don't have that many geniuses. We have to honor and support our geniuses. They're not just business people with tens of billions of dollars of value. They're individuals who control the flow of information throughout the world, which also includes the flow of information that can be dangerous, such as information that might incite a riot, information that's false. Sometimes false information results in the deaths of individuals. I'm talking about worldwide now. And that's the challenge for this information age. How does one avoid censorship while also maintaining a healthy attitude towards facts and truth? That's a real balancing act, and how these tech CEOs meet that is going to be the challenge of our age.
And can I offer one other thing? I mean, this is going to be an economy that is going to be shaped by artificial intelligence. All of those people are involved in that. That's when we talk about that, we're talking about American jobs. We're talking about what the economy looks like, who is going to be able to work, what kinds of jobs they're going to be able to have. These are going to be pivotal decisions that these people are going to be making as they develop this technology. So they have an enormous amount of power, and it's going to affect the lives of every single person, even if you never touch a social media platform in your life.
Here are the in-laws of the adult Trump children. You see Laura Trump. You see Jared Kushner, whose father has been nominated to be ambassador to France. In the first Trump administration, he got a pardon. In the second Trump administration, he's getting an ambassadorship. Caitlin Collins, tell us what you're seeing from Emancipation Hall.
Well, Jake, remarkable to see the family dynamics playing out here. Jared Kushner obviously had a huge role in Trump's first term. He was a senior advisor inside the West Wing, as was Ivanka Trump. Neither of them are expected to get those blue passes that White House staffers have to walk around the White House grounds or office space inside the West Wing this time around. They still have influence, and I think it would be wrong to minimize it, but certainly not to the level that we saw the first time. Jared Kushner has his own private fund. He has said that's part of the reason he's not going in. Ivanka Trump has also cited their children. And instead, we've seen how the influence of other children has grown in the 4 years Trump has been out of office. Donald Trump Jr. is one of those. I was told he was someone who stayed close to Trump after he left office in January 2021.
Vice Presidents, the Honorable
And let's
Dan
listen
Quayle,
in.
accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
And others. This comes after Trump posted in recent days that no, they cannot hire anyone who works for Mike Pence in this administration.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
He also looked a little.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
And here is Dr. Jill Biden, the outgoing First Lady, and Doug Emhoff, the outgoing second gentleman. We're told that Doug Emhoff had a roughly 45-minute conversation with his replacement, Usha Vance. Here are the adult Trump children being formally introduced. Tiffany Trump, Eric Trump, Barron Trump. The woman in the red there is Beverly Akins. That is the mother of J.D. Vance, the incoming vice president. And it's good to see her. She had some health issues in December, she posted about on Facebook, and had some health issues and heart issues, rather, and a hernia surgery. She was hospitalized briefly in December. It's good to see that she's here celebrating her son's great achievements. For those of you who haven't read Hillbilly Elegy, Beverly Akins is in that book, and it is good to see her up and about. Yes, he's very tall. Dana Bash just looking at Barron Trump. I think he's like 6'5".
At least. He's got two very tall parents.
6'9", I'm told. And he and obviously throughout the room are various Trump grandchildren, in addition to the Trump adult children as well. They were right behind.
And I believe that's Barron's grandfather, Melania Trump's father, next to him. She, of course, lost her mother
Where?
in the
Which one are
last
you
year,
referring to?
To the left of
Next to J.D. Vance's mom?
in between J.D. Vance's mother and Barron Trump.
Yeah.
It is just really striking seeing all these first family and second family members and all the incoming cabinet members, assuming they get confirmed, and then just scattered throughout are these tech CEOs.
Yeah. I mean, the exclusivity of this room is incredible. I mean, there are governors and high-level elected officials who are in the overflow. But these folks, we should also remind people, they paid money into the Donald Trump inaugural fund. Mark Zuckerberg and Meta,
There's
Google
Senator
as
Tom
well.
Cotton, Cory Booker, and Chuck Grassley that we just showed there. Sorry.
They wrote $1 million checks. And $1 million check, I suppose, gets you in the room where it happens.
I agree with you, Abby, but this is about as mutually beneficial as it gets. Because, as I think you said earlier, Donald Trump is the ultimate producer, and he understands branding and marketing and imagery as well as, or better than most. And the fact that he has all of these multi-hundred billionaires who do run the control and control information in the United States,
Dr. Biden
so prominent
and Mr.
there,
Emhoff, the Republican
is very
staff
good
director
for
of
him
the
in
Joint
his mind.
Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher.
As we're watching, these are, I guess, Bruce Fisher is the spouse of Senator Deb Fisher, and some of these are members of the inaugural committee as well.
Senator Deb
Jill
Fisher
Biden
and Senator
Mr.
Amy
Douglas
Klobuchar are
Emhoff.
the co-chairs of the inaugural committee. So here is the outgoing First Lady and the outgoing Second Gentleman coming in, and then next will be the outgoing President and Vice President as well. It is tough for those two to be standing there smiling. Doug Emhoff, who had hoped he would be about to be the first gentleman, with his wife, Vice President Kamala Harris, being the first woman president. That did not happen. And then obviously Dr. Jill Biden, the outgoing First Lady, not a fan of the incoming president, and not a fan of how everything went down with her husband stepping down as Democratic presidential nominee.
Yeah, but they're there because this is the process of transferring power in this country, and I do think that because of the tumult of the last 8 years, sometimes people forget that you are supposed to lose, even if you don't like it, and when you lose, you still show up. And the fact that they showed up and they have a bit of a smile, on their faces, is being the bigger person, but it's also having fidelity to this country and its traditions.
You know, you see Doug Emhoff smiling and the First Lady smiling. You can also see them really taking it all in, and you can imagine what's going through their minds about this moment and what might have been and what could have been had a lot of things gone differently.
Indeed. And again, you know, we were, as a country, denied this full tradition 4 years ago because the outgoing administration then, which is the incoming administration now, or the outgoing first couple then, which is the incoming first couple now, would not concede defeat and would not attend the ceremony. And it is an important part of this tradition to have the peaceful transfer of power, which is also to signal to one's supporters that it is okay that you lost, that the country endures, and we are still one United States. And that is such an important part of what's going on today.
The seating arrangement is so much tighter this time around than it was 8 years ago, which was the last time we had a sort of truly bipartisan little hug from Doug Emhoff.
Doug Emhoff
to the First Lady,
just hugged the First Lady.
Jill Biden.
And she put her head on his shoulder.
I mean, these families really have gotten close over the last 4 years, the Emhoffs and the Bidens. And I know that after the election, there was some suggestion of tension between the two. But remember, just a week ago, President Biden gave his last address in the Oval Office. And the First Lady, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, and the Vice President all sat in a row. And at one of the moments, they all clasped hands in the corner of the room. It's politics. It gets rough. It gets tough, even with your own allies. But at the end of the day, they're actually sharing this experience of what this loss means to them. And I think you saw a moment of that just now.
Yeah, I mean, there was real tension between President Biden and Vice President Harris after he suggested that he could have won.
Yeah.
If he had been the nominee. He had said it to USA Today, and she was not happy that he had said that. Don Jr. and Ivanka Trump. Donald Trump Jr. playing more of a political role with his father this time than Ivanka, who really, with Jared Kushner, when they actually had official roles at the White House, their security clearances were waived by the president.
And I would argue Don Jr. has always been actually more political than any of the children. He has been really the keeper of the flame in terms of what MAGA is and what it means. He's very connected to the core base that Donald Trump spent 4 years when he was not in office cultivating. And Ivanka, when she was in the White House, she kind of saw herself as focusing on, these key policy issues that were important to her and working in those lanes. And so when she virtually disappeared, frankly, for this last election, it's kind of in keeping with her reticence to be a part of the sort of rough and tumble politics that her father practices. It'll be interesting to see what role she decides to play publicly, but for now, they're staying out of the White House. She maintains, obviously, a relationship with her father, but the question will be, does she do anything beyond that?
It's Elon Musk. I mean, talk about somebody who sent a tweet on his own platform right after Donald Trump was shot at, and it was an assassination attempt on his life over the summer in Butler, Pennsylvania, saying that he endorsed Donald Trump, and Elon Musk never looked back.
Caitlin Collins is right outside the rotunda in Emancipation Hall. Caitlin?
Yeah, obviously Elon Musk has become closer than almost anyone in Trump's orbit in the last 2 months, surprising even some people around him. He's virtually living at Mar-a-Lago these last few months. He's been sitting in for interviews, and despite not coming into the federal government in an official capacity, we are told as of this moment, he is going to have an office space inside the White House, we are told. It's not clear where on the White House grounds. That will be, obviously, it's quite a big space. But that'll be something to watch in terms of the influence. But this time around, people on the outside will still have a lot of influence on Trump. They always have, but it may be more so here with Donald Trump Jr. also not expected to come into the White House in an official capacity like his sister Ivanka Trump did. But he has played a key role in the hiring as well. He often serves as really a back channel to his father, often being able to tell people, here's how my father is feeling about this, or the likelihood of him hiring this person. And there have been people who have been angling to get positions that have used the Donald Trump Jr. back channel to try to do so. And that speaks to, just this whole process and how this looks in terms of how this is going to play out with the axis of influence around Trump from Elon Musk to Donald Trump Jr. It's very different than it was when he was in office the last time. One question that some of my sources have posed to me is what a West Wing without an Ivanka Trump or Jared Kushner looks like in terms of the moderating influence they had on Trump. They were seen as the two people in the West Wing that he could not fire, in addition to the vice president at the time, which obviously later he did not run again with him. And so people would often go to Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner to try to either help Trump change his mind on something or to go consult privately with him. There's Melania Trump, of course, Melania Trump walking in, being escorted into the rotunda. She's in the crypt now, making her way over to the rotunda where she'll be seated, obviously. There's Usha Vance, J.D. Vance's wife, who's also coming in, a newcomer to this political scene and certainly the MAGA scene as well. As we noted earlier, Melania Trump has been preparing intensively for this role in her second coming as First Lady. I've been told she's been studying up on world affairs, sitting in with some of the meetings that Trump has had, because obviously that's a key role that the First Lady occupies as well. And she actually formed a lot of relationships with world leaders and their spouses the last time they were in office, and is expected to do so again this time. Trump often leans on her for advice. She's really seen as the only person he listens to or has kind of a veto power when it comes to what Trump is doing. So that'll be something to watch for in her second time. The East Wing obviously was a source of intense scrutiny in her first time as First Lady. She said that a lot of the roles and responsibilities she had, she didn't realize would be something that came with being First Lady. From the Christmas decorations to hosting state leaders when they came for state dinners. And so all of that, she has said she's better prepared to do this time around because, like her husband, they're coming in knowing what the levers of the job are, what the responsibilities of
Ladies
the
and
role are.
gentlemen, performing
And that'll be
"Oh,
something that she'll be
America."
looking
Please
at.
welcome the Armed Forces
Jake,
Chorus
obviously,
and America's
and
tenor,
what that
Christopher
looks like
D.
now that
Macchio.
they're coming back into something where they've had the power before.
I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee. I will be. Oh, America, no weeping. Let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be from your mountains grand and all through this land. You are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee. Oh, I will be. And we will be as one.
We are seeing now the leaders of Congress being escorted in. That is Steve Scalise, the House Majority Leader, along with Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Leader of the Senate, the Speaker of the House,
The
Mike
Honorable
Johnson,
Jackie Barr,
Senator Amy
the
Klobuchar
Clerk
of Minnesota.
of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
These are spouses of congressional leaders. There's also a number of individuals who are part of the inaugural committee. President-elect Donald Trump walking in. There is at Capital One Arena, where so many of Donald Trump's supporters have gone to watch the inauguration because they can't attend an outdoor inauguration because of the bitterly cold weather. They are cheering the president. There is incoming First Lady Melania Trump being escorted into the Capitol Rotunda for the inaugural ceremonies. Also being met with huge cheers in Capital One Arena. There she is with her son, Barron Trump. And Dana, that's Melania Trump's father to the left there, is that?
Yes, I believe it is. They're running a little bit behind schedule. I'm told that part of the issue is that because they moved everything so quickly and there's a lot of movement inside the building, it's taking a little bit longer to get them where they need to go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the mad
escorting
scramble
the President
that
of the
planners
United
had to do
States and the
once
Vice
it was
President of the
decided
United States,
to relocate
ranking
it
member of the Joint
to
Congressional
indoors
Committee
has
on
been something
Inaugural
to watch.
Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill, we will be prosperous, we will be proud, we will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered, we will not be intimidated, we will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely, we will live proudly, we will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
You know the words, help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets had gleamed, heavens bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors at first take us
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
All right, the conclusion of the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Quite a lot of interesting individuals spoke and sang at this. I should note the main singer, Christopher Macchio, that's kind of a nod to the president's late brother, Robert. Robert was a big fan of Christopher Macchio and introduced him to it. So his presence is in no small way a nod to his late brother. And the priest, the Brooklyn priest, Frank Mann, Father Francis Mann, really interesting story. Francis Mann was at a Queens cemetery and noticed the graves of President Trump's parents. This is during the presidency, I believe, so President Trump wasn't able to visit it with the regularity he did before he became president. The graves had fallen into some disrepair. He cleaned it up. He bought a weed whacker. He cleaned it up, and he sent a photograph to the president, and the president was very moved. So kind of an homage to his parents as well. Dana Bash, what did you make of the speech, the president talking about ushering in a golden era of the United States? He certainly said a number of things that I'm sure outgoing president, former President Biden didn't care for. And we saw Hillary Clinton's head shaking no at one point. But it was the agenda that he was elected on.
Yeah, look, there were a few lines that were more sort of classic inaugural address lines about his sort of more sweeping lines about what he intends to do, what he has promised, the kind of America that he wants to see, saying America's decline is over, which is a new version of Make America Great Again, calling it Liberation Day. But there were also so many specifics in this speech that we don't usually hear in an inaugural address. It's more akin to a State of the Union address, a list of the things that he intends to do. Now, all of the things that we heard, virtually all of the things, were things that we heard on the campaign trail, except the Panama and changing the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
And the American flag on Mars.
And the American flag on Mars. The first two being things that I don't believe he can just do with the stroke of a pen. But regardless, just tonally, the fact that he not only did that kind of specific speech and give those specific and pointed partisan notes in that speech, it looked a little bit more awkward than it normally would when you have the person who you defeated there, in this case, two people he defeated there, behind you, because it's inside and so intimate. You could almost kind of feel a little bit of the cringe there inside. But make no mistake about it, what Donald Trump said and the kind of promises that he made, for the most part, are why people went and voted for him.
These are the principal eight, is what they're called, the principal eight, the incoming and outgoing first and second couples. They're walking through an area of the Capitol called the Crypt, and at the end of it, the departure of now former President Joe Biden. Abby, your reaction to the speech?
In many ways, it was very much a Donald Trump campaign speech. It's what you might hear if you went to one of his rallies. And Jason Miller was speaking to you earlier today, and he telegraphed that Trump was going to dispense with the flowery language. He was not interested in much of that in this speech. He has a to-do list to do. But one thing that I was very struck by was the way that he played prominently in his speech in this moment. Usually presidents spend a lot of time talking about the country, about their vision for the nation, about its place in the world. And Donald Trump talked a lot about him and how difficult it was for him to endure the last 4 years and the journey back to the White House. He talked about how his life was saved, he believed, by God to make America great again. And the reason that's notable is because he understands that for his supporters, that is part of his political story. That's one of the reasons, as we were talking about earlier, that they love him and adore him so much. Trump is very much leaning into that and using it as a source of power, political power, that he goes into this second non-consecutive term in the White House.
I mean, he didn't say American carnage, but it wasn't as far off from American carnage as we were led to believe. There were hopeful moments, but there were a lot of very specific kind of broadsides against the current administration. And there's just one other thing, forgive me, Abby, that I want to say, because I think it is important to note. Where he was giving that speech in the Capitol Rotunda 4 years ago, people in his name were desecrating that very building, that very area, because they did not want him to leave office. They believed the lies he was telling, that he actually did win.
Caitlin Collins, there were a number of religious leaders that spoke, from Rabbi Ari Berman, the president of Yeshiva University, to Franklin Graham, to Cardinal Timothy Dolan, the Archbishop of New York. But the one that seemed to arouse the most joy from President Trump was Reverend Lorenzo Sewell from West Detroit, from the Evangel Ministries in West Detroit. And Trump, after he spoke, after his rousing benediction, Trump said to Lorenzo Sewell, "You're a star."
And Jake, I'll tell you, my dad texted me after that and said, quote, "I'm going to Lorenzo's church one day." He thought that he nailed it and really appreciated those comments there from him. But Jake, on the president's speech overall, you know, I had talked to his advisors in the lead up to this. They had previewed a unifying speech, but I think really the theme of what we just heard there was vindication from Trump himself as he was talking about the state of the United States and sought to cast it in dire straits that only he can fix, and really castigated Biden's legacy while sitting just a few feet away from him, causing, you know, some bemused looks from President Biden, who at times laughed when Trump said he was going to sign executive orders restoring common sense inside the United States. Hillary Clinton there, who you see, she burst out laughing when Trump said he was going to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. But really what Trump was doing there and laying out really what he's posted on Truth Social for the better part of a year now are all of the priorities that he is going to seek to implement now that he's in office. And he very clearly feels emboldened. And you can see that he is at the sense of the height of his powers in this moment of what he wants to do with this position. And there's a reason for that, Jake, by the very people in this room, all of the big tech leaders in this country seated behind him and listening to him, the Republican Party firmly in his grasp. The question, of course, is what this looks like now that he actually is in power, and if he can make good on all of the campaign promises, many of which he repeated today and did not back off of that language, as you heard from him there. But very clearly, not a unifying speech, but one of vindication for Donald Trump. Anderson?
Caitlin, thanks very much. Back to the team here in the D.C. Bureau. John King?
It was a dark speech, but it was also a very ambitious speech. And I think in the next hour, as the president is celebrated at this luncheon on Capitol Hill, it's going to take a moment. We're going to get the first couple executive orders, and we're told this is going to go into the late night hours tonight. We're going to keep getting the new policy. I think he laid down some markers there that he needs to keep, or his party will want him to keep. Donald Trump won't be on the ballot again, but he said we're going to rapidly bring down costs and prices. Rapidly. That's a big test. That is the number one issue in the country. The cost of living is why he's president of the United States. He also said we're going to expand our territory. That's an interesting question. When George W. Bush, the last Republican president before Donald Trump came in, he talked about a humble foreign policy and peace in the neighborhood. Donald Trump said we're going to take it back of the Panama Canal. He didn't say we're going to use military force to do that, but he said we're going to take it back. So he talked about manifest destiny, expanding the territory of the United States. The immigration stuff will be both part of his mandate, which he has, but also part of his test. Does he overreach it, to get too far out over his skis? I think the thing I'm looking for is this is night and day. Joe Biden and Donald Trump is night and day in terms of how they conduct themselves and the things they want to do. As these orders come out today, not only what do they do, what specifically do they do, what is the tone? David?
Well, I'm going to paraphrase something I said at the Republican convention. You remember at the Republican convention, right after the president was shot, we were told that he had thrown his speech out and he was going to give a very positive, hopeful speech. And he had a few pages of that, and then he kind of devolved into his campaign speech, which was very, very dark. And this, too, it was sort of an American carnage burger in a golden era bun. The front and the back had something uplifting. The middle of it was very familiar, sort of dystopian rhetoric that he ran on, to be fair, that included his personal grievances and some false assertions that'll be sorted out. But as John said, also laid down some markers. And the question is, will he meet those markers? The idea, for example, that we're going to drill, baby, drill, and that's going to cut energy costs, he said yesterday, in a year in half. I mean, these are things that are measurable. And if people see him on a bunch of other kind of more retribution-oriented or exotic missions, and those markers aren't met, problem for him and the Republican Party.
And we're about to see former President Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden going in the helicopter. Scott Jennings, your thought?
I thought this was an incredible speech, honestly, and truly watching Donald Trump
indict these gangsters to their faces while they had to sit right in front of them in that intimate setting in the rotunda for Republicans was remarkable. They had to sit there and take it just minutes after Biden, who we're looking at here, pardoned his entire family. I mean, it was glorious. By the way, I love the rotunda setting. I thought it was regal. I thought it was awesome. And listening to him talk about how he's going to exercise his power today reminded me that he is absolutely ascendant. He is at the apex of his political power right now. And, you know, the promise of a new presidency is enormous. You get this power and you have influence, and the mandate is to change people's lives for the better and to restore American prestige. And he began to explain how he was going to do that immediately. The mandate's simple. It's economic relief. It's fix the immigration crisis, steer the country away from the cultural left, and restore American prestige. The speech hit several notes on that front, and I agree with Caitlin. Today, Republicans feel vindicated, and Trump is back to fix the country.
We just saw the Vice President Harris, former Vice President Harris, and her husband saying goodbye to the Bidens. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny, who is standing by. Jeff?
Extraordinary moments of an inaugural ceremony when the incoming president escorts the outgoing president to the waiting Marine One. I'm thinking back right now to 8 years ago when President Trump did the same thing with outgoing President Barack Obama, and that was an extraordinary moment. They walked down the steps that day, not as cold that day, not as windy that day, but now they came out the ground level here, and they are waiting there for the motorcade to move by, and then President Trump will take a final walk with former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden to Marine One, and the Bidens will lift off and take one last look back at Washington as they head to Joint Base Andrews, and then they will fly to California. This is the true transfer of power here of the current president and the former president making this walk. The senators, the committee watching as this happens here. It's blustery, it's cold. You can see First Lady Melania Trump holding her hat there. And this is a poignant moment for Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., who came to Washington as the youngest senator and is leaving now as the oldest American president.
Van, this is the final moments of Joe Biden's political career here in Washington.
Yeah, you know, 50 years is a long time. That's a half a century. And he's spent about half a century in that town, often going home on the Amtrak train, talking to everybody, meeting everybody. And he believed from a young age that he had something to give this country, that he had something to offer that was special, and that someday he'd be in the White House, and he was. And history will judge him in some ways harshly, but he's leaving behind a better economy than he found, and he's leaving with more grace and dignity than he was shown by this man who's now walking up those stairs. And I think the country needs to show some appreciation for the mess he inherited and what he did with it. The speech that we just heard had some good stuff in it and some bad stuff in it. The good stuff, Donald Trump said he's not going to use political power to prosecute political opponents. Good. I hope he is telling the truth about that. He said he did not promise in that speech to end birthright citizenship. That is important. He didn't double down on that. That's important. And he said impossible is what we do best, which I agree. But the rest of the speech was him fixing problems that don't exist and making problems worse that do exist. We are already the most energy-dominant country in the world. There is no shortage of oil permits. There is no EV mandate. The real threat to Detroit is the Chinese automakers that are kicking our butts making EVs. We got to catch them.
I just want to check in with MJ Lee. MJ, you've been covering this White House for some time. Your thoughts on seeing this?
Yeah, I think we do need to take a real beat to talk about the news that we got from former President Joe Biden just moments after he had stepped into the Capitol Rotunda. It was actually 11:38 exactly that this announcement hit my inbox. an extraordinary and unprecedented announcement to preemptively pardon multiple members of his family. We are talking about Biden's siblings and their respective spouses being offered preemptive pardons. The timing just could not have been more remarkable, given that it came just moments after President Biden had ridden in the motorcade with President Trump. They had shared pleasantries inside the White House over tea. And now we had this announcement from the former president, again, Joe Biden, saying he worried about how his own family members would be targeted by Donald Trump. And I am told by a source familiar with his thinking that this was in no small part driven by Donald Trump's public promise to appoint a special prosecutor to go after every member of the Biden family, that this was something that was incredibly worrisome to Joe Biden, that's something that really haunted him as he thought about the prospects of his life after office. And if you look at the extraordinary written statement that we got from President Biden, it kind of gets at that sentiment. He said, even when individuals have done nothing wrong and will ultimately be exonerated, the mere fact of being investigated or prosecuted can irreparably damage their reputations and finances. Anderson, as we watch President Biden take off, now that he is no longer the sitting president, I mean, we have been talking about all of the different ways in which he himself ended up tarnishing his own reputation in these final days in office, including reneging on his word to be a bridge candidate by seeking a second term, the decision to pardon his son Hunter after repeatedly saying he wouldn't. And then with this, the preemptive pardoning of multiple members of his family, it was back in December of 2020 that he told our colleague Jake Tapper regarding reports of Donald Trump at the time potentially preemptively pardoning his own children. He said, in terms of the pardons, you are not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons. It's just going to be totally different. The way in which we approach the justice system. Well, as it turns out, Anderson, there was another promise broken. That is exactly how he has ultimately decided to approach the justice system. And this is a decision that is going to raise so many alarming questions about the legal precedent that this now sets, and will have been really one of the very final acts for President Biden as a sitting president. And here he is now flying off. We know that he is going to be going on vacation with the former First Lady in California, where, of course, some of his family members reside. Anderson?
Alyssa, it was remarkable. There were pardons earlier this morning for General Mark Milley and others. These last-minute pardons were clearly timed. I mean, they were signed before, but timed to be released after the car ride once the final inauguration was beginning.
Yeah, it very much felt like a news dump of pardons. There was no way there was going to be good coverage around this. And while I think many people could argue why Milley, Fauci, and others should be inoculated with these pardons and not prosecuted for doing what they did as government officials, this is much, much muddier. And the right has argued for years that there are foreign dealings, there are ways in which the Biden family has profited that should be looked into. And this just underscores what so many in this country believe. And Joe Biden sang a very different tune to Jake Tapper and to others about how he wouldn't do this. And it feeds into this notion, the same party that runs on upholding democratic norms, Joe Biden in many ways undercut them in the end. And I think that puts Donald Trump in a stronger position of power. But one thing I was really struck by watching this is the mainstreaming of Donald Trump. Of course, he was a president before, but you can't dismiss him as an anomaly anymore. He is as much part of the fabric of American history as Barack Obama, George Bush. And you saw it from the tech titans there to the A-list celebrities like Carrie Underwood to, the CEO of a fashion conglomerate. This is a very different Donald Trump presidency than the first time he was in office.
If you're going to do these things, I was covering the Clinton White House when at the very last minute when the then soon-to-be former President Clinton was on his way to the Capitol when they pardoned this billionaire, Mark Rich, who was a fugitive and had violated all sorts of sanctions against Iran and other countries around the world. It's just unseemly. If you're going to do it, have the courage to do it in the light of day and explain it to the American people. It's a stain on his legacy to do it like this. We can have an argument about, is it necessary? Has Donald Trump promised retribution? Yes, he has. If you're the President of the United States who said that the curse of Donald Trump was that he didn't respect democracy and didn't respect norms, have the courage to look the American people in the eye and explain what you're doing.
Yeah, the way it was done suggests that there was something wrong with doing it. Yeah. He tried to slip it in in the final minutes, and that was.
Really, the escalating rhetoric from Trump, though. I mean, he says in the pardon statement, he said, this acceptance should not be misconstrued as an admission of guilt.
No, I know what he said. I mean, he said that. Yeah, I know what he said, but the fact is that Trump has been saying this for a long time. That doesn't explain why in the last 10 minutes of your presidency you
in the spouses
slip
names
a
I've
release
never heard
out
come
there.
out of Donald Trump.
It just made the whole thing look tawdry.
We'll talk more about this. Let's check in with Caitlin.
Yeah, Anderson, I'm standing here with Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, a Republican who was in the House to watch the inaugural address by President Trump. Governor Kemp, thank you for being here. What did you think of the speech?
Well, I thought he said it best when he said he was confident but also optimistic, really forward-thinking remarks, exciting, so we're ready to go to work.
And Trump is going to come in here in a moment. This is the Emancipation Hall, the overflow room, essentially, for those who could not fit in the rotunda. A lot of the governors are in here. You saw Trump castigating Biden, really, over his record while he was just sitting a few feet away. Now the question is what Trump does with his time and his power. And he does have 2 Republican majorities. You're a Republican who has, got up against Trump and survived, not something that many of your fellow Republicans have been able to do. What do you want to see the second Trump term look like different than the first?
Well, I think from a Republican governor's perspective, we all have a sense of urgency just like he does. He knows, he's got a limited amount of time with these majorities, so he wants to go to work to deliver on the message that he promised people who do, like securing the border. We're looking forward to working with him on that, American energy independence, going after foreign gangs and drug cartels and releasing the economy and other things. Those are things that we're all excited about working with them on.
One thing he didn't mention, but we know he plans to do later on, are pardons for the January 6th criminal rioters who were convicted of crimes. It's unclear how broad he's going to go with that. Where do you personally think he should draw the line with those pardons?
Well, I would just say I'll let him speak to that, But, I think President Biden was pardoning people literally minutes before the ceremony today. So he set a, interesting precedent. So we'll see what President Trump does. But, look, for us, today's all focusing on delivering on his message to the people, and the governors can help him do that. And we've quite honestly been waiting for that for many years now.
Will it bother you if he pardons the people who assaulted law enforcement?
Well, look, I don't want to speak to specific pardons, not knowing any details. I'd let him, we can talk about that after he actually does something.
All right, Governor Kemp, we'll reach out to you when that happens. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Anderson?
Caitlin, I want to check in with Manu Raju. Manu, I understand you spoke to the Clintons.
Yeah, that's right. I just actually spoke to former President Bill Clinton was walking out of the rotunda where the speech just happened, as well as the former Secretary of State, his wife, the former First Lady Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, I asked her first. I said, what do you think of the speech? She smiled. She didn't want to answer that question at all. And then Bill Clinton said, you have to figure it out for yourself. He wanted to weigh in, but then he decided ultimately not to. Then I ran into them again as they were leaving the Senate chamber, and then I asked Bill Clinton whether he wanted to expand on it. He completely declined to comment. And then they ultimately said that they both were leaving. Both he and the secretary and his wife, Hillary Clinton, were not going to attend this luncheon, this bipartisan luncheon that happens after, just in a matter of moments after the inauguration. Now, a number of Democrats, though, are sharply critical about this. Back to you, Anderson.
All right. President Trump is coming down apparently to greet some people, possibly give remarks. Let's just listen in. This is part of the Emancipation Hall where that spillover crowd who were not able to watch the inaugural from inside the rotunda were seated. So it's dignitaries and others who can fit into that room.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at a watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. They say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. It's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a signing, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. Look at all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I'll tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, we've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, and 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have to wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States. And that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done. We'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading the stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win. But they really thought, they couldn't believe. The one man said, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job. Protecting something it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. Those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, President Trump, the 47th president there, speaking in Emancipation Hall, actually speaking longer to his supporters there than he did in his actual inaugural address in the rotunda. There were a lot of falsehoods he just uttered, and we'll get to Daniel Dale, our fact checker, on that. But he did also make some news talking about the January 6th rioters that he is going to pardon. We'll have more on that from our justice correspondent, Evan Pettis. But before we do that, Caitlin Collins is in the room right there. And before they kick her out, let's go to her. Caitlin, who exactly is he speaking before in that room? We saw, obviously, Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Who else is there?
It's a mix, Jake, of a lot of supporters and media figures who played a key role in Trump's election. Jake Paul, Logan Paul, Conor McGregor is here. Mike Turner, who was just removed from the House Intelligence Committee, is here. Several other Republican lawmakers. I also saw Carrie Lake was here. A lot of the governors are seated. So certainly a more politically friendly crowd to Donald Trump. There's not a lot of Democrats that I've seen. I haven't really seen any elected Democrats inside the room as we've been looking from our vantage point, our perch over here. But Jake, that speech that the president just delivered there, that was really his real inaugural address. That was the speech he wanted to give inside the rotunda earlier, and he acknowledged there, saying that J.D. Vance, the vice president, and Melania Trump, the first lady, both talked him out of going into certain areas and certain themes in his inaugural address that he just delivered a short time ago. One that, as you noted there, it was actually shorter than the address that he just delivered here. And the first thing was the January 6th pardons that we know he plans to issue later today. We're waiting to see how broad and far-ranging they're going to be. But he did say that essentially actions speak louder than words. He said the crowd here will be very happy with what he does later with those pardons. But Jake, we also heard him respond for the first time to the pardons that were issued this morning by President Biden to General Mark Milley and former Congresswoman Liz Cheney. Trump was very clearly incensed that they got pardons. He was questioning why they would get pardons. And that was, of course, precisely the reason that President Biden said in his statement this morning that he offered them to them because he was worried that they would face any kind of calls from vengeance from Trump and his team that he's installing inside the federal government. And of course, on January 6th there, he started relitigating the 2016 election. He was saying that Hillary Clinton did not seem happy to see him. And he also was claiming that the 2020 election was stolen, and that was why he ran in 2024. Of course, it wasn't, and he made false claims that he's repeated many times about Nancy Pelosi and the National Guard. But I just think, Jake, listening to Trump, that is what Trump really sounds like. That is him off prompter. I should note there are no prompters up there. This was not a scripted speech in any way, shape, or form. And that was where he said he was essentially saying all the things that he didn't get to say in his inaugural address.
Yeah. And Caitlin, before I bring in Daniel Dale to do some fact checking on some of the things he said that were not true about January 6, 2021, I think it's important to point out that the Trump-Vance campaign in 2024 was a very disciplined campaign and did a decent job of depicting President Trump as somebody who obviously had strong feelings on the border, somebody who had strong feelings on inflation and a disruptor, but somebody who was within the realm of normalcy, which is not obviously what we just heard from the new president there in Emancipation Hall.
I mean, Trump has always operated on his own agenda and way. I don't think that's surprising to anyone, any of his aides. His campaign itself may have been more disciplined in terms of what the staffing looked like and not as much backbiting and leaking as there was in 2016. But in terms of the candidate himself, I mean, this is Trump speaking his mind and saying what he really believes. And he's walking into the presidency this time around way more emboldened than he was in 2017, when he was more easily convinced by his advisors or even Republican lawmakers that he had not yet facilitated the kind of relationships that he has with them now. He's entering this presidency feeling the height of his power. It's very clear there. And also, those grievances do still remain in terms of the clear anger at someone like Liz Cheney or General Mark Milley, who I should remind people, Trump actually picked Mark Milley to be the Joint Chiefs chairman when he was initially put in that position. Hand-selected him, as he did some others. And so it just speaks to the moment, really, that we're in, and also seeing what changes are about to be made now that Trump is back in the Oval Office.
Yeah, General Mark Milley, to whom President Trump awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom before Milley did a couple things that he did not like. Caitlin Collins, thanks so much. Let's bring in Daniel Dale. And Daniel Dale, I know there's a lot of familiar lies that were just told, but bring us up to speed on what you think the biggest ones were.
There were a bunch, Jake. I thought it was interesting that the president gave a scripted inaugural address in which, honestly, there was not a ton to fact check. I'd say a smattering of falsehoods. And then immediately after, in this unscripted speech, he returned to his familiar lie-a-minute style. So he said the 2020 election was totally rigged. We know that's a lie. He said his opponents tried to rig it this time. That's more nonsense. He said California Democrats tried to cheat and that he thinks he would have won the state this time if it were not rigged. Well, it was a free and fair election in that state as well. He lost by more than 3 million votes. He claimed he won Alabama this time by 48 points, or like between 30 and 31. And then on immigration, he spoke of the jails of every country in the world being emptied into this country. He has never provided any evidence for his familiar claim that foreign countries are deliberately emptying prisons to send people here as migrants. He boasted of building 571 miles of border wall. Official statistics show it was actually 458 miles. And then he turned to January 6th. He spoke at length about, he said the committee deleted all evidence, almost everything. It simply did not. That did not happen, although there is a dispute about the preservation of some data and some video interviews that the committee conducted. And he repeated this claim that former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has admitted that she rejected a Trump offer of 10,000 National Guard troops on January 6, 2021. First of all, there is no basis for the claim Trump even made her such an offer. It wouldn't even have made sense given that he, the president, is the commander of the D.C. National Guard. The Speaker of the House has no authority to deploy them or thwart a deployment. And second of all, she never admitted that such an offer was made. She has steadfastly rejected that. She is on tape on January 6th expressing frustration with the security failure that day and saying that I take responsibility for not having them better prepared. But that kind of vague assertion that I could have done more here is not an admission that she turned down any specific security offer. She has never made such an admission whatsoever, Jake.
So, Daniel, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And while we get Evan Perez up to give us the update on what he knows from the Justice Department in terms of the pardons and commutations that are ready to come, we should note that for career officials at the Justice Department, this is a really crappy day because it starts with these sweeping pardons that President Biden, former President Biden now, is giving to his immediate family. Preemptive pardons for his brothers Frank and Jimmy, to his sister Valerie, and then to, I think, a couple in-laws.
Their spouses, yeah.
And that, to a lot of people, this did not go through the regular pardon attorney, the pardon process. And Biden in 2020, when I interviewed him right after he'd been elected, had some very harsh things to say about the idea of Trump giving preemptive pardons to his family members. He said it would set a horrible precedent. Now, Trump didn't do it. Joe Biden did. And we can come back to that subject later in the day. But then beyond that, now these same career Justice Department officials are preparing for a swath of other pardons that they may find unseemly.
Well, look, you could clearly tell that President Trump was really ticked off at what President Biden, now former President Biden, did on his way out the door with regard to the Liz Cheney and other members of the January 6th committee and their staffs. That's where he started his speech, list of grievances at the beginning there before he went off on other familiar political tangents. In his inaugural address, he talked about justice and restoring justice to the courts, to the system. I think I take your point about it being very controversial what Joe Biden did on his way out the door, but it's going to be just as, if not more controversial, what Donald Trump is going to do, which he promised to do over and over on the campaign trail.
Yeah.
In that building where he is, a lot of violence took place, and the people who were convicted are going to not pay the price.
So let's go to our newsroom now, where CNN's Paula Reed and Evan Perez are standing by. And Evan, I understand that you have this new reporting. Tell us.
That's right, Jake. This is going to be a mix of pardons and commutations. It's something, obviously, that the president, Donald Trump, and his team have been working on for 4 months, frankly. And he's been pushed back and forth on whether to make the pardons apply to everyone or to have some commutations. Obviously, one of the big concerns was the people who attacked police officers on that day, the violent rioters that we saw all on camera that day. For the numbers, right? We have 1,600 people who've been charged. 1,200 of those people have already been convicted. There are about 700 people who've already completed their sentences. And so what we're going to see in this executive order in the next couple of hours from the new president is a mix whereby you're going to have pardons for people who are viewed as misdemeanors, people who were not violent, and then there will be commutations for some of the people, including some of the people that are big names, are names that we've seen all on video and in the last couple of years as part of these cases. So the question is, how does this all square with what the Trump team has been working on? And Paula and I, we've been doing a lot of reporting on exactly what the push and pull behind the scenes has been, right? Where certainly some people in the Trump transition were saying there needs to be a process so that you make sure people who did attack cops did not just get off scot-free. In the end, the president decided he wanted to go big, as you heard in some of his comments in that speech just now.
Yeah, and the problem with process, we're told from our sources, is that it takes a long time because usually clemency is evaluated on a case-by-case basis. But they said this is really important. The president wants to do this on day one. And if we evaluate people case by case, we're not going to be able to get this done on day one. And Trump's promises have evolved. He said he would pardon anyone involved in January 6th. But then President Trump and Vice President Vance, they started to issue more nuanced statements saying, well, for example, Trump said in an interview with Time magazine, if someone was really out of control, he may not pardon that person. And it appears the way they're going to thread that needle is that they will offer commutations to some of the more serious offenders, but full pardons to people who were charged with nonviolent offenses. But I'm still interested to see, what do you mean by nonviolent? Because some of the most serious cases, those individuals were charged with, for example, seditious conspiracy. Right. And these were people who weren't even in D.C., but they were leading the violence. So is that someone you would consider violent? Also, when you consider someone who's charged with assault, that covers a broad range of conduct, from things that are mildly violent to extremely violent. So I know they were really struggling over the past month or so with how to handle this. So it'll be interesting to see once he finally releases these pardons.
And real quick, Jake, one of the things that we also expect the Justice Department, the new Justice Department, to do in the coming days is to dismiss cases that are still pending, people who have not yet gone on trial. And so keep an eye on that in the coming days.
Okay, but just to put a point on it here, we don't know yet what exactly they're going to do in terms of who they're going to pardon and whose sentence they're going to commute. But it does appear that at least some people who did commit violent acts, even violent acts against police, might have their sentences commuted. In other words, they get out of prison today or tomorrow.
At least commuted.
Am I understanding you correctly?
Right, exactly. And those are the people, Jake, who may not fall under the bucket of actually being on video attacking people, but they're still in prison right now. Those people could very well be walking out of prison in the coming days once the president signs this official order.
And I also want to note, Jake, that when we were talking to our sources about this process, and we said, aren't you concerned that some of these pardons could be too broad? The name that was immediately mentioned was that of Hunter Biden, who shortly before we had these conversations had been pardoned by his father. They told me point blank they believed that President Biden's pardon of his son at that time gave them broad license to pardon people related to January 6th.
All right, Paula Reed, Evan Pettis, thanks so much. Let's go over to Donnie O'Sullivan. He's at the D.C. jail and is getting a reaction to this breaking news. Donnie?
Hey, Jake, look, I mean, this is what activists who have been gathering here for actually years now, quietly throughout the Biden administration, actually for more than 900 nights. So-called J6 activists have been holding a vigil outside the D.C. jail. We're only about a mile or two away from the Capitol, of course, where the attack on January 6th all played out. And these activists who have been here, they want everybody pardoned. Everyone from the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, violent and non-violent on down. The news is starting to trickle in here. here. There is a lot of excitement here. Just in terms of the sheer logistics of how they are preparing for this, the organizers we've been speaking to here are prepared for people who are serving time for January 6th to be released as soon as this afternoon or tonight. They have houses and homes and different accommodations across the country waiting for a lot of these people. There's even some talk that people are providing private jets. That's mentioned by a couple of activists here. We don't have that confirmed, but in terms of to bring some of these criminals basically back to their homes. Look, there is a lot of groups. There's almost a sort of whole movement that has built up around this, Jake, within the MAGA world. There are a dozen or so organizations, all designed to raise money and to support both people who are serving time for January 6th and also their families. So really, they're about to kick into action over the next few hours, but certainly a celebratory mood here.
Donnie, are any of the people you're talking to over there differentiating between J6 prisoners, people who broke the law, who did so with violence, and those who did not do so with violence? Is the group there aware of the differences between the violent ones will get commuted and the nonviolent ones will get pardoned?
No, Jake, in terms of the world of which many of these folks live in, right, and the information environment they live in, they saw the actions of January 6th as justified because they bought into the lies about the 2020 election. And we've seen over the past 4 years how just our understanding and how the facts of what happened on January 6, 2021 at the U.S. Capitol, how that has been turned upside down, how, for many in the MAGA Trump movement, it's everybody else's fault apart from the Trump supporters who stormed the Capitol. There's conspiracy theories about all sorts of other different actors being involved. So it's a combination of both the election lies and also how that truth has been warped over the years. So no distinction.
Okay, Donnie, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Donnie. So here we go. President Trump is in the president's room in the Capitol. We're expecting he's going to sign a number of executive orders. Let's listen in.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're some people who might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
That's important.
That's important, isn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was number one at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
wonderful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
The good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great.
It's
Very
nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There you go. Like that. All right. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
Did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Okay.
Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
All right, so President Trump signing some documents there on Capitol Hill in what's called the President's Room. We understand that the executive orders that he just signed were relatively non-controversial ones or entirely non-controversial ones, procedural ones, ones having to do with the appointment of his cabinet, ones having to do with the flag being at full staff for his inauguration day as an exception for the 1 day and the 30-day mourning period for President Carter. There's much more coming up as President Trump is now heading to a lunch with lawmakers. We're going to continue to break down the president's official speech, his unscripted remarks, his first ambitious round of executive actions. Our special coverage continues after a quick break.
This part changed my life.
Superman is now nominated for a BAFTA Award for Best Documentary.
Chris wanted to change the world.
People are literally walking because of him.
Superman, the Christopher Reeve story, February 2nd on CNN.
This is Colombia, a very beautiful country. When I wondered what is behind so much beauty, I discovered something I hadn't seen before. This is another kind of beauty. A new beauty that invites us to protect it, to preserve it. A beauty that endures. Colombia, the country of beauty.
For generations, this ally to the north has been by your side. Ontario, Canada. A partner connected by shared history, shared values, and a shared vision for what we can achieve together. Stable and secure when the world around us isn't. You can rely on Ontario for energy to power your growing economy and for the critical minerals crucial to new technologies. Ontario is your third largest trading partner and the #1 export destination for 17 states. Our long-standing economic partnership keeps millions of Americans working. In a changing world, it's time to bring jobs back home and build together. More workers, more trade, more prosperity, more security. For generations, this ally to the north has been here. And for generations more, we'll still be here, right by your side.
Jon Stewart and The Daily Show are here. Kicking off 2025.
It's going to get crazy.
With brand new episodes.
Yes, yes, yes to everything that you guys were saying.
And a not quite brand new president.
Sometimes it's even too dumb for me.
With coverage you can swear by.
The winner moves into the White House and the incumbent just wanders off into the jungle.
Comedy Central's The Daily Show on Comedy Central and streaming next day on Paramount Plus.
Hello, Brent.
Hi.
If you had to choose, would you watch paint dry or compare benefits plans?
Compare benefits every time.
Come on, you know how complicated benefits can be.
Well, I run payroll with Gusto. They make it easier to find benefits like medical, dental, and vision for my whole team.
Man, I think I'm gonna need new glasses.
Don't worry, I've got you covered.
Yes. Choose benefits without the mess. That's working with Gusto.
Multiple studies have shown that marijuana can slow both driver reaction and response time, which can be really dangerous. He's here. He's here. Wait. What? I can't drive. But why? My. Oh.
You've done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
At the U.S. Capitol, President Trump is about to celebrate his inauguration at a lunch with lawmakers, as you can see there. His inaugural ceremony is running way behind schedule. He delivered those off-the-cuff, rambling comments a little while ago, filled with familiar grievances. That, of course, had been scheduled to be just a couple of minutes, but it went on for nearly half an hour. So that has put everything a little bit behind schedule here. The president leaving huge crowds of his supporters are there here waiting for him at the Capital One Arena in Washington. And as our special coverage continues, I'm Erin Burnett inside the arena along with Casey Hunt. We have been here throughout the day along with about 20,000 of Trump's supporters, and they are here and they are eagerly awaiting him. Brianna Keeler is also here with us in the Capital One Arena. And Brianna, you know, here in this room right now, you're going through, there's speakers who are getting ready. They're anticipating the president coming over here. So we've heard from Kellyanne Conway. We've heard from Ronnie Jackson. And this is a crowd that is really waiting for the main event.
They are, and they're going to have to wait for a while, as you said. And this all kicked off, you guys have noticed, this has a bit of like a thrown together convention feel. And it really was thrown together. They had about 48 hours to put this together after deciding the parade had to come inside. The first speaker of this group of speakers that they're having as a prelude to J.D. Vance and Donald Trump was actually Peter Navarro, the first in the Trump group of associates who went to jail on a contempt of Congress conviction. So that was just a noticeable choice. This is an incredibly enthusiastic group of Trump supporters, about 20,000 of them. And what we've noticed is really how they have been reacting to the events of the day and also to Trump's inaugural address. It's been really interesting. They have been roaring for Trump, roaring for J.D. Vance and all of those in his circle. But there have also been a lot of boos for Joe Biden, for Kamala Harris, and anyone who's a perceived enemy of Donald Trump, even for Jill Biden and Doug Emhoff. We actually heard the crowd breaking out into Nana, hey, hey, goodbye, as Joe and Jill Biden made their way out of the Capitol. Mike Pence, boos. Barack Obama, boos. There have been a lot of boos, there have been a lot of cheers, and this crowd has been very animated by what they have heard from Donald Trump. They've actually been a little subdued here, but we'll see as these speakers are getting more animated. That's something that they're starting to reflect in the energy. And we also are wondering, there is a small desk on this stage. You can't really miss it. And there's a presidential seal on it. There's a microphone and a leather chair behind it. So we're very curious about what Donald Trump might sign here. He certainly has an audience that will be eager to see the answer to that question, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Brianna, as we're talking here, you can all hear behind us. I mean, this is where everyone is. It's cold outside, 20,000 people. I'm here with Casey. The first 20,000 Trump supporters that they could fit in, they're here. Yeah. And they are ready. You know, Brianna was talking about the boos at the end of the ceremony when Joe Biden, this room erupted in boos. And then the cheers. The cheers were for Take Back the Panama Canal, the Gulf of America, Mount McKinley.
Two genders got very loud cheer from this group of people during the address.
I mean, these are the most faithful of the faithful, and they are here, and they are awaiting. And right between us, we can see the red desk. And I know as he took the oath of office, they came out and put the seals on that desk. And we do anticipate that's where he's going to sign a lot of executive orders.
We do, and of course, this is part of how Donald Trump choreographs
these kinds of events, leaves people in suspense. He feeds off of the energy in a room like the one that we're in. I mean, being here feels like a Trump rally. The last time I was in a room like this was probably the Republican National Convention, right? You see people in Trump hats, they're selling Trump merchandise, all of it. And it really feels, I think, Aaron, as we kind of reflect on what we've seen today, big picture, there is this sense of vindication among the supporters here. You heard it from Peter Navarro on the stage. You're seeing it in the immediate actions that Donald Trump has taken, the pardons, for example, for nonviolent January 6th offenses, but then the commutations of sentences for people who did much more than that, including potentially hurt police officers on January 6th, 2021. And you have seen, as his address unfolded, as all of the kind of people here in this arena, their energy feeding off of each other, it all adds up to this kind of overarching sense of feeling like they were pushed out into the wilderness and they came back anyway.
Yes, a true sense of vindication. And as we're watching here, the Capitol Hill luncheon, where the president is going to be having a lunch with, obviously, members of Congress, going to be there, then expected to get in the presidential motorcade and come here.
Right.
We're expecting those executive orders, also the somewhat truncated parade performances of marching bands that he is going to essentially review from the stand behind where Casey and I are sitting. All of that. But there is just a palpable sense of vindication. This is our moment. We are back. That is the feeling in this room. There's no question about it.
You lost, we won, and we are going to do it our way. Honestly, you know, what President Biden has done today as well contributes to that sense of two Americas and two ways of looking at this day. On the one hand, President Biden found it incredibly important to take that limousine ride with Donald Trump.
There's J.D. Vance and Usha Vance walking in right now to the luncheon, the Capitol Hill luncheon. So we anticipate President Trump, along with Melania Trump, will be behind them momentarily.
We should see him momentarily.
And this, you know, to be clear, as you pointed out, Casey, just because of he just took that opportunity to speak for 20 times longer than he had been anticipated to speak. I'm actually doing the math in my head. I'm not engaging in hyperbole here, I don't believe. But this is all a bit delayed. But you can still see many of the individuals who were there. Lauren Sanchez, a fiance of Jeff Bezos, is still there, all still at the luncheon, as they were, of course, at the ceremony this morning.
And this is usually the coveted invitation in Washington, right? In an outdoor inauguration, there's a lot more people on the platform. There's a lot more people in the crowd. They had to cut down the guest list to get everybody inside the rotunda in this case, so a rotunda ticket was the hot one today. Usually this lunch is the place that officials really want to be, and I can tell you, if you're inside the Capitol in the wake of an inauguration, wandering around in those halls, I mean, you might bump into a former president here,
there he comes, along with the First Lady, Melania Trump.
And it's worth noting that the other former presidents declined, the Democratic former presidents declined to attend this lunch, even though they were invited. Barack Obama is not there. Bill Clinton is not there. He told Armani Raju earlier today that they had something else to do.
Yes, afterwards he said he thought the speech, the inaugural address, spoke for itself, and he was leaving. Bill Clinton, that is, the former president. Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth there. And as you can see, the vice president and his wife, Usha Vance. So this is the Capitol Hill luncheon.
So this takes place in Statuary Hall, right, which is right next door to the Capitol Rotunda. It's just a few feet away. And again, this is considered, this is a chance to actually socialize with the new president. For all of these members of Congress, they all want to get close to him, to catch a word. It's usually the best opportunity to do that. We've seen a little bit of a different setting because of the indoor inauguration.
You know, as we are sitting here, and I know a lot of the ambient noise, I believe, is going out here to everyone watching as we're watching this luncheon across town. When the president comes here, there were some who said, oh, well, he's sacrificing maybe 100,000 plus, whatever the numbers. Those are always a question with him. But whatever the numbers, the massive crowds along the parade route for a much smaller Capital One Arena.
He is.
This place is going to give him maybe the most rousing welcome that he has ever had, and when he gets here.
You know, that's actually one of the interesting things here. As much as the open setting on the Mall gives you that majesty, right, that grandeur, this kind of an arena in many ways plays better to the things that, the way that Donald Trump interacts with crowds, the noise, the like immediate reaction. It's a lot more like
the electric energy
attending-
that close quarters provide, right?
Right. It's a wrestling match instead of HBO Prestige TV, and he really feeds off of that energy. And I think you're absolutely right. I mean, when he walks into this arena, the people here are going to be just out of their minds in many ways.
Yes. No, it is going to be an exuberant. It's going to be something to experience, and I think it will even translate through the television if you can even hear this. And they are talking now about these executive orders. All right, so they're talking about 200 executive orders and actions, as we've been hearing. I don't know if you can hear this behind me, but they're, inflation, drilling, all of those things, all going to happen at that desk behind me. And I think, can you see it right there? I'm trying to point it and get it.
Yes,
God created man and woman. So do you hear there, when you get to the two genders, Casey, this is exactly what we heard earlier. You get a rounding pause and a lot of applause.
You know, Aaron, one of the most interesting things, too, about this inauguration of Trump is that, and we're seeing this split screen play out right now, right? This very staid, elite lunch, right?
Yep.
Pomp and circumstance. And then this crowd, okay, this crowd is not wearing suits, right? Some of them are. But for the most part, they're wearing camouflage jackets and red hats, right?
Yep.
This is the working class coalition that brought Trump to the White House. These are the people who are probably not invited to the inaugural balls, who didn't have a seat at the rotunda. They are here.
All right, let's listen to Amy Klobuchar, Senator Klobuchar, the co-chair of the inaugural committee, speaking at the lunch.
And the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Capitol Luncheon. Just finished the prayer at the Capitol Luncheon, and now the President, the Vice President, the inaugural committee chief, Senator Amy Klobuchar there. They're going to have lunch, and then they're going to come here. And this is going to be perhaps the main event when it comes to the energy for Trump supporters in Washington today. So much more for him to do at the Capitol. He is going to review the troops after his lunch that he's having there. He is also then anticipated to come here, 20,000 people, and they are waiting. And they are anticipating, we just heard him, to sign about 200 executive orders here on the red desk behind where Casey Hunt and I are sitting. And next, we're going to look at some of the president's first consequential actions on immigration already starting. Big changes coming in the United States, so fast and furious on this Inauguration Day. It is all coming up live after a brief break.
Kobe was global. People felt his presence.
Kobe, the making of a legend, premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN.
When you really philosophize about it, there's one thing you don't have enough of, and that's time. Time is a truly scarce commodity. When you come to that realization, I think it's very important to spend time wisely. And what better way of spending time than traveling, continuing to educate ourselves and broaden our minds.
Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Jon Stewart and The Daily Show are here, kicking off 2025.
It's going to get crazy.
With brand new episodes.
Yes, 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 to everything that you guys were saying.
And a not quite brand new president.
Sometimes it's even too dumb for me.
With coverage you can swear by.
The winner moves into the White House, and the incumbent just wanders off into the jungle.
Comedy Central's The Daily Show on Comedy Central and streaming next day on Paramount+.
All the buzz around Bitcoin isn't just talk anymore. Crypto has gone mainstream. At iTrust Capital, you can buy and sell cryptocurrencies 24/7 with the tax benefits of an IRA. That's right. With an iTrust Capital IRA, you can defer taxes until retirement or choose a Roth IRA for tax-free withdrawals later. Setting up an account is quick and easy. It only takes minutes. Open your account today at itrustcapital.com. The new era of crypto is here.
Ontario, Canada, your third largest trading partner and #1 export destination for 17 states. Our economic partnership keeps millions of Americans working. We're here, right by your side.
I avoided the mirror. I felt alone for a long time.
I remember going home and praying for it to go away, not thinking it was something wrong with me.
I go into a lot of things thinking it's not going to work, and I thought muesli would be the same thing, but it actually worked.
More than 700,000 patients have regained their confidence with muesli's prescription treatments.
When you're hopeless and then you find other women who are in the same boat as you, you suddenly feel okay. We're going to get out of it together. That's what muesli did for me.
Spot Pet insurance plans help pet parents focus on the moments that matter and worry less about unexpected vet bills. From puppyhood and beyond, Spot can cover up to 90% of eligible vet visits. Visit spotpet.com to get a free quote.
Your business needs to hire someone now. So, in addition to managing your business, you have to go through hundreds of resumes and hope for the best. Or you can go and get the best. Introducing Paychex Recruiting Copilot. It uses AI to help find potential candidates from millions of profiles, whether they're looking for a job or not. Then, it helps you get in touch and get them hired. 5 times faster than job postings. Get your own Paychex Recruiting Copilot now at paychex.com/TV.
It's a lot to be a caregiver and a daughter because you kind of have to take a step back. Getting some help would be a great relief.
From companions to helpers to caregivers. Find all the senior care you need at care.com.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Sokolov Law.
Mesothelioma victims, call now. $30 billion in trust money has been set aside. You may be entitled to a portion of that money.
Call 1-800-859-2400. That's 1-800-859-2400.
And we are back with our live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. The newly sworn-in president is at lunch with lawmakers on Capitol Hill as he's making news with his unscripted comments, his plans for pardons, and his action on immigration. I want to turn to CNN's Priscilla Alvarez, whose new details on President Trump's day one crackdown on immigration. What are you learning, Priscilla?
Anderson, we heard from the president himself previewing immigration actions, and minutes after he was sworn in, we are already seeing the impact for thousands of migrants along the U.S. southern border. So here's what I'm talking about. It's a border app. It's called CBP One. It was launched under the Biden administration. And it's important because there are asylum restrictions along the U.S. southern border. And the only way for migrants to get asylum was to apply for appointments to then come to the port of entry. Well, those appointments have now been canceled. In fact, here on CBP's website, you see that effective January 20th, so today, CBP One, which had previously allowed migrants to schedule those appointments have been canceled. And I want to note one thing about the language here. Anderson, it says undocumented aliens. So even the smallest details are changing here, but the impact is extraordinary. This is unprecedented in the U.S. for there to really not be asylum access along the U.S. southern border. So this is just a small action by turning something off that is already going to have wide implications. Now, let's give some context to viewers here about what is happening along the U.S. southern border. Well, the numbers are low, despite what you may have heard from President Trump there. The numbers are even lower than when he left office. In fact, in December, the last month of the Biden administration, it was around 43,700 people crossing the U.S. southern border illegally. Now, the sources I've spoken with said, well, they still want to double down on the U.S.-Mexico border, and White House officials have already previewed to reporters actions like a national emergency declaration to shore up resources from the Pentagon along the U.S. southern border, and also bringing back one of the president's key border policies known as Remain in Mexico. Now, that is an executive action we expect to see later today, and it would kick off the process of essentially sending migrants back to Mexico while they wait their U.S. immigration court hearings. So all of this in some ways is, as some officials have told me, what's old is new. But I'll say one thing that is new and is a resurfaced idea from the first term that didn't happen, ending birthright citizenship. That would be kicking off the process and teeing up a legal fight, which is really the outcome that the Trump officials tell me that they want as they try to end something that has been in their circles debated and that many in Trump's own orbit have been able to benefit from.
All right,
Anderson.
Alvarez, appreciate it. Thanks very much. Back with the panel here in the D.C. Bureau. David Jelen, let's start with you. We've heard a lot. It's fascinating to have seen President Trump's official inaugural address and then his impromptu remarks afterward, which were sort of the remarks it seemed like he wanted to give as part of his official remarks.
He said as much. Yes. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You know, remember in the first Trump administration, we talked often about sort of teleprompter Trump versus non-teleprompter Trump. I mean, that was in full display today. I mean, the speech in the rotunda was a twofold speech, right? It was a total denunciation of Biden's presidency with Biden sitting right there. And then he turned to his own programmatic sort of what he planned to do now that he was becoming president. What happened in Emancipation Hall later when he was off the cuff, and I think that was originally scheduled to be like a 10-minute unscripted check-in with these supporters who couldn't make it into the rotunda given the change of the affair, became a 36-minute, what I think is the stream of consciousness of Trump that you would have heard on the patio at Mar-a-Lago. This is just the stuff that rolls around in his head, and that's the grievance-filled Trump. And so,
I mean, it was all about the 2020 election, which he was still saying was rigged. It's
yeah,
about,
which it was not, yes.
Relitigating January 6th in a way that was not actually what occurred.
Exactly. And so it's not unfamiliar territory, but it reminds us that with all the talk of he feels emboldened by his mandate, or that the popular win is giving him a sense of maybe approaching this job differently. Also, now that he knows his way around the store and knows maybe some of that will happen, but we shouldn't forget that some of what we've come to understand about Donald Trump is also going to be part of this second term.
In his second speech, when he said
inaugural address.
In the second inaugural address, right.
By the way, there's going to be a third longer inaugural address to that large.
The rally. Right.
I got a kick out of the fact that he told the crowd that he had toned things down when he was upstairs. It occurred to me that if we had transcripts of the initial inaugural address and spread them out and read them without watching the context, it would read no different than a campaign rally. I mean, I thought all the points were exactly the same. So to me, it was the same Trump, just said in a more stately environment. Let me give him his props, because it occurs to me that 4 years ago today, many of us were here, 2 weeks removed from January 6th. I would never have believed that we'd be back in this position today as he was headed back to Florida, not having attended Joe Biden's inaugural. And I don't think you can attribute that solely to issues like the economy and immigration. There's something about him. It's probably the word charisma, and it's attributable to him being elected again.
I think it's interesting that if you watched the rally last night, you'd get one version, then the sort of pseudo State of the Union inaugural, and then the sort of review afterwards. In the era of the split screen, of which most of the people in the room with him control through their algorithms, you can get different versions of this reality. The other thing is talking about January 6th the way he did, in a way, to me, underscored Biden's point in doing preemptive pardons for certain people, because it showed that the president is still preoccupied with these vendettas.
He was attacking Mark Milley again.
Exactly. So to me, it sort of undermined the argument that like Biden should have done this and all this stuff. It's still on his mind. And finally, we're all focused on this when the pile of executive orders that is on the way has been drafted in such a way to really, I think, be more fireproof against the legal challenges that they expect. That's what they learned from Trump 45.
David Chalian, I've just been told that a portrait of General Milley, which was unveiled at the Pentagon, I think just some 10 days ago, has now been removed.
Yeah, it's taken down. It's it's pretty remarkable stuff. What isn't surprising though is to David and to Michael's point is, this is what he got elected for. This is why the list of things that the punch list, so to speak, right, of things that he talked about is why people elected him and that they want to see accomplished. He's going to go to that arena. He's going to sign executive orders and people are going to cheer. He's going to hold them up and people are going to cheer because that's where they put him there. The challenge is, he's fixing the woke stuff today. The broke stuff, the people, that's still yet to come, right? So we can fix the woke today by executive order. But the broke stuff, can he fix the economy? Can he make people's pocketbooks feel differently in the next 100 days? That's the big challenge. Reduce energy costs. Make people feel at home. When they go to the grocery store, when they go to the pump, are they going to notice a difference? Does the price go down? Because that's also going to affect, that's why he was elected as well. So those are two components.
Well, look, the second inaugural address really was Donald Trump. But I don't want to be distracted by that because Priscilla just reported that now the process for asylum in this country has stopped. And so I think what Donald Trump has been extremely gifted at, and he was on the campaign trail, is that there's some magic over here and under the table is where the real stuff is happening. And Democrats, progressives, we need to be smart on what we are paying attention to. And he's going to sign executive orders, but he did not sign an executive order about ending asylum, and he has canceled 4,000 migrants' appointments.
But asylum, you can still go to a port of entry and seek asylum like under the law. You can still go to a regular port of entry, like under the law, and still seek asylum. You just can't do it.
See.
You can't do it along the border where there's no port.
We're going to take a quick break as we stand by for the next moves by President Trump on his inauguration day. We're getting reaction from a former member of the January 6th House Select Committee who just got a pardon from outgoing President Biden and just got attacked by President Trump. Adam Kinzinger joins us next.
Every weekday morning,
here are the 5 things you need to know to start your day.
CNN's 5 Things with Kate Baldwin, now streaming on Max.